Ladies and gentlemen, the seminar on ASEAN-Korea Tourism 2023 will commence shortly at 9:35 a.m. We cordially ask all guests to enter the meeting room and be seated. To minimize any interruptions, please switch your mobile phones to silent mode for the duration of the ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, the seminar on ASEAN-Korea Tourism 2023 will commence shortly at 9:35 a.m. We cordially ask all guests to enter the meeting room and be seated. To minimize any interruptions, please switch your mobile phones to silent mode for the duration of the ceremony. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and dear participants. A very warm welcome to this remarkable seminar on ASEAN-Korea Tourism 2023. My name is Sun-Yoon Jung, Project Assistant of the ASEAN-Korea Center, and I am delighted and honored to be your MC for today's seminar, where we embark on a journey of knowledge and inspiration in sustainable local tourism development in both ASEAN and Korea. Today's seminar will commence with the welcome remarks to be delivered by our Secretary General, followed by the congratulatory remarks delivered by the Ambassador of Lao PDR, Chair of ASEAN Committee in Seoul, and proceed to country presentations and panel discussions. Before we begin the seminar, may we invite you to watch the AKC's introductory video.
ASEAN, a key partner of Korea. With its strategic location and a rapidly growing economy, ASEAN today has become one of the most sought-after partners in the world. Based on a strong foundation of friendly relations, ASEAN and Korea have developed close partnerships in the economic, social, and cultural sectors. Now, the two regions are working together to build a community of peace and prosperity centered on its peoples. The ASEAN-Korea Center was established back in 2009 with a vision to build a lasting and genuine partnership between ASEAN and Korea. The center contributes to promoting shared prosperity between ASEAN and Korea by expanding trade and investment by facilitating cooperation in future industries. We aim to strengthen sustainable and future-oriented cooperation in culture and tourism, and promote mutual understanding and respect by expanding two-way cultural exchanges between ASEAN and Korea. The center is also laying the foundations for the establishment of the future community of ASEAN and Korea by raising public awareness on the importance of ASEAN-Korea partnership and facilitating exchanges among the youth and professionals of the two regions. Based on trust and mutually beneficial partnership, ASEAN-Korea relations have made remarkable progress over the past 30 years, and by connecting the peoples and sharing prosperity, the ASEAN-Korea Center will make every effort to build a more peaceful and prosperous community of ASEAN and Korea.
If I may, I can encapsulate what the ASEAN-Korea Center is doing in one word. It's connecting. We connect people, we connect companies, and we connect countries between ASEAN and Korea in trade and investment, culture and tourism, and people-to-people exchanges. As ASEAN and Korea march together toward the future, the Center will continue to strengthen our partnership in a more sustainable, future-oriented, and mutually beneficial way.
Thank you. Now it is my great pleasure to introduce His Excellency Kim Hae-yong, Secretary General of the ASEAN-Korea Center, for his welcome remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까. Good morning, everyone. Ambassador Songkan Ruang-Munitan, Ambassador Lau, PDR, and Chair of ASEAN Committee in Seoul, and distinguished speakers and ASEAN colleagues, in particular, country representatives coming from their countries. This morning, perhaps you have brought some cool weather. It's raining out there. It's good. And online viewers and ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome everyone to this seminar on ASEAN-Korea Tourism 2023 on the theme of Meet the Locals toward the Sustainable ASEAN-Korea Tourism. I extend my sincere appreciation for your presence here today as we gather to explore local tourism development in ASEAN and Korea. As you may be aware, in ASEAN, the tourism sector contributed to over 14% of regional GDP, providing 13% of employment in the region before the pandemic. ASEAN's accessibility and hospitality have indeed attracted millions of tourists to its vibrant cities and iconic landmarks. Especially Korean tourists visiting ASEAN countries have brought back the rich culture of ASEAN to Korea, from best-known cuisine to traditional artifacts. Moreover, ASEAN's influence is getting more widespread in Korea's lifestyle, which becomes evident through various channels, such as ASEAN students in Korea and multicultural families and workers, and including even members of K-pop idol groups. As Korean culture continues to gain popularity in Korea, in ASEAN is also coming to Korea more closely. This phenomenon represents a harmonious fusion of flavors, seamlessly blending the essence of ASEAN and Korea. However, the border restrictions due to the COVID-19 has significantly reduced international travel. Rather, it increased the demand for domestic tourism and attention to sustainable development. And this trend is not an exception in ASEAN and Korea. Tourists from both regions are now looking for personalized and unique and authentic experiences without compromising the environment. In this regard, both ASEAN and Korea have tried to curate and develop new and less explored destinations through community involvement. Against this backdrop, today's seminar is organized to showcase best practices in local tourism development and to explore ideas for enhancing ASEAN-Korea collaboration in sustainable tourism development. Today, we have distinguished country representatives from ASEAN and Korea who will highlight each country's endeavor in empowering local communities. I believe today's seminar will help participants to steer efforts toward the sustainable and resilient development of local tourism landscape. To this end, I hope you all have a fruitful discussions and opportunity to forge valuable connections. 감사합니다. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. Now I would like to invite His Excellency Songkan Luangmuninthon, Ambassador of Lao PDR and Chair of the ASEAN Committee in Seoul, on stage for his delivery of the congratulatory remarks.
Sabaidi. Good morning. Annyeonghaseyo. His Excellency Kim Hae-yong, Secretary General of ASEAN-Korea Center, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great privilege and pleasure for me to be here with Secretary General Kim Hae-yong to deliver congratulatory remarks at the seminar on ASEAN-Korea Tourism 2023. Taking this opportunity, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the ASEAN-Korea Center for organizing this important seminar. The COVID-19 has substantial impact on the tourist industry for both ASEAN and Korea. Meanwhile, the rapid digital transition has also altered regional and global travel behaviors. To rejuvenate global travel and adapt to the shifting global tourist trends, it's necessary for member countries and other partners to involve the community in order to enhance local tourism. Community-based tourism will not only increase local income, but will also provide travelers with hands-on experience with another culture, a greater connection with people and place, as well as an awareness of other cultures. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of today's seminar, Meet the Locals Towards a Sustainable ASEAN-Korea Tourism, is very relevant to the current situation of regional and global tourist development. I'm convinced that the seminar will provide an excellent opportunity for our officials and policymakers to share national policies, experiences, and best practices from their respective countries, particularly in promoting the hidden and less explored local destinations of each ASEAN member state, which will contribute to effective local tourist development and the implementation of ASEAN Tourist Post-COVID Recovery Plan. Once again, on behalf of ASEAN member states' embassies and myself, I would like to express my profound gratitude and appreciation to the ASEAN-Korea Center, the Cultural and Tourism Unit, Korea Tourist Organization, Incheon Tourist Organization, as well as ASEAN National Tourist Organizations, and all staff for their efforts and valuable contribution to this event. Finally, I wish the seminar today a great success and look forward to a positive outcome.ขอบใจ. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Songkang Luangmuninthon. We will now be having a photo session in a short minute, but before we do that, please give us a few minutes to make the stage set up for the photo session. So for the photo session, we will be taking the photos in two different ways. The first round, we will have the normal photos, and the second round, we will be taking the photos in the ASEAN way with arms crossed with one another. I would now like to invite our distinguished guests, Secretary General, His Excellency Songkan Luangmuninthon, Korean speakers, and the ASEAN representatives for the photo session. please come up to the front and stand in 2 rows. For the ASEAN speakers, please stand behind the chair. ASEAN participants, please make your way to the stage. We will now take the first round of photos. Please look at the camera. 3, 2, 1. Now we will be taking the second round of photos in the ASEAN way. Could all guests please cross their arms with each other? 3, 2, 1. We will have another round of photos with the Korean heart pose. Please face the camera. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Now would all participants please return to their seats. Thank you. Now, Ms. Chung Sun-hee, Executive Director of the Digital Transformation Department of the Korean Tourism Organization, will be invited up on stage to introduce changing tourism trends in the post-COVID era, focusing on sustainable local tourism. Please welcome Ms. Chung with a round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I was asked to give this presentation in Korean, so 이제 한국말로 할게요. 제가 가진 시간은 약 15분 정도. 혹시 지금 통역이 되고 계신가요? 네, 반갑습니다.
Okay, I have 15 minutes of presentation time, and I am from the Korea Tourism Organization. It's a great honor to be able to present before you, and I hope this is the beginning of a long and friendly relationship going forward. And I hope my presentation proves to be useful for you. And to begin with the background of my presentation, well, from the congratulatory and welcoming remarks, we have listened to what we are all considering about, which are sustainability, depopulation, and development of local tourism. So we have set a common ground of understanding that these are important topics to be addressed. So when we talk about sustainable tourism or community or natural, social, and economic development and preservation, we talk about the pristine nature, hidden environment, or hidden tourist destinations that are not known that much. That is, of course, important, but we need to also think about the existing tourist destinations that need to be also developed in terms of sustainability. This is also a very important part. This is the same in Korea. Due to the pandemic, every activity in the tourism sector stopped at once. And as mentioned, we saw a rapid change in people's lifestyles and people leading to a more personalized way of life. So we now need to provide personalized information and experiences for people. So it is high time that the experts in the tourism sector need to exactly and accurately identify what is going on in the tourism sector. So we first need to understand the current status I think you look very serious. I don't usually wear glasses. And when I do, there's the lens on my glasses. And it's just like getting a new pair of glasses when you try to look at the world with a new perspective. So I think this goes well with my presentation. We need to have a new perspective on tourism, which is about utilizing big data for tourism. And we're going to listen to case studies about Yangyang, and I think that would be a great piece of information to help you understand the importance of big data. So without further ado, let me move on to the presentation. But before that, I need to introduce the KTO. But you are experts in tourism. You're all from the tourism organizations of countries. So I think that would do with the introduction. So what you do is what we do under the Korean Tourism Organization. We promote Korean tourism, make people happy, engage in global exchanges to be able to contribute to global peace and prosperity. And as the two gentlemen in the beginning have mentioned, due to the pandemic, the trend of personalization has been accelerated. So it's now inevitable. And I think tourism was the sector that was hit the hardest due to the pandemic. And the KTO thought about what kind of personalized services we can provide to the travelers and how we can use science and data. And we have built a data lab. Just like every other country in Europe and Korea, data is owned by telecommunication companies, GPS companies, credit card companies, and these data can be used in a very useful way to understand the real-time situation in tourism in order to understand what people need and what we need to set up policies to enable sustainable tourism. So the data lab under KTO is well known and it's benchmarked by other countries as well. We are visited by many tourist experts and from businesses and overseas central and local governments to further deepen their knowledge in marketing. So datalab.visitkorea.or.kr is the link for the website. And this is only in Korean, but I have used Google Translation to help your understanding. So the Data Lab provides data on the current status of tourism in Korea in a very timely manner, and you are able to understand what the tourists in our local area really want. And we have paid a lot of money to buy data from telecommunication companies, and also we collect data and buy data from the company that provides a GPS service, the largest GPS service in Korea, to understand where they're driving, their destination, and what time of the day and week they visit these areas. And we also use social media to promote information. And in Korea, during the pandemic, a lot of small and medium enterprises were under difficulty, but it was very difficult to understand their exact situation. So the Data Lab also engaged in research on these as well. And I'm going to talk about the example of Yangyang-gun in Gangwon-do province. It has 30,000 population and it has a flight route. It's at the east coast of Korea. So Yangyang is very well known for its sea, especially surfing. So you might not know that surfing is very popular in Korea, but it is, especially in Yangyang. And I chose Yangyang as an example because Korea is suffering a serious level of population decline, and Korea has recently designated several areas of depopulation, and Yangyang is one example. Again, I have used Google Translation for the Korean website, so when you look into the details, you can see the type of visitors based on telecommunication company data, how much money they spend based on credit card information, and what kind of places people visit the most in Yangyang. And you can also understand a local municipality that has a similar characteristics of Yangyang that could be used to benchmark. So here you can see data from July 2022 to June 2023. So year on year, you can see that the number of visitors grew and people spending the night, and the amount of spending grew as well. Sometimes it drops, so there is a fluctuation. And this data can be used also with other areas for comparison to understand the demographics of the people who visit this place, for example, the gender and age. And you can estimate demand and identify the number of mentions on social media in real time. And data is provided to very small district levels under the province and city. And popular destinations in Yangyang can be identified in order to develop new travel programs and packages. And you can see the number of businesses in a certain area. And this chart shows different areas in Gangwon-do. So here you can see that most visitors in Yangyang are from Sokcho, the city of Sokcho in Gangwon-do, and they leave to Sokcho as well. And this data on accommodation and so on. So I know that you engage in a lot of research to understand this type of data, but we do this under the KTO in order to set up policies and promote tourism in the local areas. And what is interesting is that you can also understand the purpose of their visit. So this helps you understand the theme of tourism in your city or local area. And this shows a 90-day estimation for travel demand and concentration of visitors in your area. This helps you understand when you should hold a festival or an event and when there would be a traffic jam. And we also work with academia. When we develop an algorithm on how to facilitate tourism in your area, the factors include age and gender and the income level. So these parameters are used and put into the algorithm to make a prediction on which month would be the high season and which months would be the low season. And this is related to policy making. Korea is suffering from depopulation as well as climate change. So population is an important policy agenda, and 99 municipalities are designated as depopulated areas, including Yangyang. So there are many different solutions to this problem. But for example, let's say when a city lost one person, you could estimate how many tourists and how much spending by a tourist you need to replace that one person within the area. So algorithms can be developed for this, and we work with academia and provide this information for policy making to understand how much tour promotions you would need to replace and compensate for the population decline. And I should have shown you this in the beginning. And each country has a very similar travel trend. For example, in 2022, the trend of travel in Korea was local tourism, outdoor leisure activities, and the result was the same in other countries as well. Well, that was my alarm that I only have 1 minute left. And to move on to what we do for sustainability in depopulated areas, we have come up with a program for tourists to be registered as a digital resident of that area they visit, and they can receive promotional services. So for 11 depopulated areas, we carried out the digital resident program. And the total number of population is 500,000, and around 150,000 registered as digital residents. I prepared so much information, but unfortunately I don't have enough time. So please visit our website to take a look at what kind of data that we provide. You could easily understand using Google Translate. And please contact me anytime if you need have further inquiries. I think this is a common issue for all of us. I hope we can work together to resolve this together. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jung. Now we shall invite private sector representatives to share cases on some of the best practices of creative and sustainable local tourism content development in Korea. For the first presentation, let us introduce Mr. Park Jun-gyu, the CEO of the Surfy Beach in Yangyang, Gangwon Province. Please welcome Mr. Park on stage.
네, 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
Nice to meet you, everyone. I'm from Yangyang, Gangwon-do. My name is Park Jun-gyu, and it's been 9 years since I've been running my business called Surfy Beach. And I am very honored to be attending today's meaningful event. And as I've been introduced in the previous presentation, and I would like to appreciate for introducing Yangyang. So before I go into my presentation, I would like to briefly show you a video about my business. So Yangyang, as was already mentioned in the previous presentation, It's a very small city with a population of 27,000, and it's located adjacent to Gangneung, which is a popular destination in Gangwon-do. So when I first started business in Yangyang, everyone told me, is surfing actually popular in Korea? So why do you want to do that in Yangyang? And the reason why I'm here today and the reason why I'm doing this presentation is today, I believe there are two reasons. So regardless of the size of the city, it's about meeting the demands and to satisfy the tourists. And by doing so, we can be loved by the tourists and we can become popular. And all of you from ASEAN, you are all like my teachers because I've learned from all of you. And that is why I was able to do this business. So I would like to appreciate, I would like to show my gratitude. I don't know how I should do it. That is why I'm here today. So first, I would like to briefly talk about how I've initiated my business and how I've been running it, and then move on to other items. So I hope you can see the letters. The business was established in 2015, so it's been 9 years already. I have 130 colleagues working with me, and as of 2022, about 2 million people visit our site. And this is the business structure. I believe that for all of you from ASEAN, tourism is a very critical business and sector. Of course, there are not only large cities, but there are also smaller cities. And so when doing business in these smaller cities, there are many cases when that business is not profitable. So if there would be many more. So I believe that we had 6 profitability or profit-related structures. As you can see, first is there is F&B, and then we've also been doing corporate advertising and marketing. We've been also having a lot of festivals. We've been doing leisure businesses. So this is the business area that we've been carrying out for the past 9 years. So Yangyang is... So I believe that Bali is like, for me, a teacher. And also Da Nang from Vietnam, Thailand, Philippines. So I always visit those places. And actually tomorrow I go to Vietnam. I go to Muin, Vietnam tomorrow because I've been invited by this huge resort. And maybe I can make this surfy beach there in Vietnam. So I think the main principle was that all beaches have larger spaces. And, you know, many times you feel many inconveniences, but then people also want to have something fun at the beach. And so I would like to go through all these aspects that I thought were important when having this kind of a place at the beach. For instance, Yangyang, it's not that we have larger or higher waves, but in terms of business, because I'm a businessman and entrepreneur, so I've been thinking whether we need to have these huge waves or we should target those beginner surfers to have those smaller waves for the beginners. But I've been thinking that mass is important. We need to have a lot of customers and tourists. So, of course, there might be other regions that have larger waves, but even if we do not have those waves, there are many more surfing spots where beginners can come. And so I believe they can have this kind of a business model that we have where we target those beginner surfers. So I think that could turn out to become a profitable business. And these are the beach attraction images. And for the past 9 years, many media have been introducing our beach. And so these are the articles, and then this slide shows you how our beach looks like. So I've mentioned about our 4 business areas or 6 business areas, but I believe that our tourists, when they come, you can see they do tanning. Maybe you're not familiar with this aspect because in ASEAN, some countries have summer all year round, and some of you have a beach running all year round, but in Korea, we can only open the beach for 60 days out of 365 days. So 60 days we make money, the rest 300 days we do not make money. So, you know, we can't really utilize this resource. And so in Korea, for us, people come during those 60 days to enjoy the beach. However, the tourists, they don't just want to enjoy the waters. They want to do leisure. They want to do surfing, but they also wanted to do tanning. And many tourists in Korea, if they go to ASEAN countries, they feel that something is very exotic when they do tanning, because you can't really do tanning in Korea or on Korean beaches. So, but if they go to ASEAN countries, it's something, everybody does to do tanning. So that is why I believe that this tanning zone became very popular at our beach. And this is our beach, the ground floor plan, how it looks like. And there might be some of you from Indonesia. The Potato Head Beach Club was like a benchmark for me. And that's how I created this Corona Sunset Bar. And also, as was introduced in the previous presentation, in Yangyang, in Gangwon-do, we have an international airport. But once it is reopened, then I believe through this Yangyang International Airport, there will be many more opportunities where you can come and visit Yangyang. And I would like to show you and introduce all those attractions in Gangwon-do. And now this is the data that we have received from the Korea Tourism Organization. I didn't know that this will be mentioned in the previous presentation, but I still included this material. As of 2022, I said that the number of visitors increased or was more than 2 million. And on Instagram, the hashtag Surfy Beach reached about 30,000 posts. I feel a little bit embarrassing, but this I want to just show off a bit. And in Gangwon province, in terms of leisure, of course, there are ski resorts and so on. But all in all, in Korea, we ranked 11th place. And to give you the details, this is also from the data lab that was previously introduced in the previous presentation. And this is about the business structure. As I said, we have beach attraction. And within beach attraction, there is surfing, there's yoga. And then there's also party and festival, where we have about 28 companies joining us in these activities. And then we also have caravan and camping. Because we don't have land, we don't have hotels, and that is why we have caravan and camping spaces. And then we have also food and beverage services provided. And this is advertising part. And what I want to highlight here is that it's not that we have to only make money from our guests. Doing business in the local means that it's like, doing something important. And in that place, there will be advertising. So in attractions, beaches, there will be many customers, tourists, and when it becomes popular, then you can have another business structure that can emerge, which could be advertising or co-working with businesses and companies. And this is the hashtag Surfy Beach Instagram posts that you can find out online. So you can see there are many handsome Korean men and beautiful Korean women. And this is the Corona Sunset Festival, Coca-Cola Summer Festival, Carnival, that we have co-worked and cooperated with large companies. And so this would be the introduction of my business. So I wanted to say something else. By showing you this presentation, I'm just showing you that we've been doing well. We will do better as we move forward. But once again, I would like to tell you, okay, how should I express this? I don't know, but I would like to thank you sincerely once again. I went to Bali, Indonesia in 2014, and when I saw the beach, I was shocked because after making the Smart Beach project successful, and then I went to Bali, and then I saw, these ASEAN countries utilizing their beaches the whole year. And so I was shocked that because we weren't able to do so. So I learned from your experiences, from your thoughts, all those contents that you've made for a long time. I've learned from all of that. And based on that, I was able to create Surfy Beach. So I hope that I can become better. And because by doing business, I felt that if you do business in a very difficult sector, then you struggle a lot. And so what I learned was Yangyang, which has a population of 27,000, I learned that more than 2 million visitors can come to this small city. And as I realized that, I was thinking about how to make a definition about locality or local. I'm not a professor, I'm not a teacher, I'm just a businessman. And so I defined the word local in the following terms. So in terms of business, local is to understand who pays us. In other words, it would mean that with the nature or natural resources that we have, the visitors who come to our place or the people, the place where the visitors come, or most of the business that are carried out in local would be more like tourism related businesses. So there could be restaurants, there could be surfing shops, pensions, hotels. That is all tourism business. So tourism business, the reason why I say that is because every business has some kind of a formula. I've seen many businessmen, and many businessmen have these experiences, and they have some kind of a formula. So I believe that all the knowledge that we have is more centered around efficiency and the manufacturing sector. So whether we go to regions or tourist attractions, sometimes that formula is not really aligned. So doing business in the local is not just about manufacturing business, but I believe it's more like tourism business. And so the formula in tourism business is about understanding, being empathetic, and having sympathy, and to find out those items that can become popular, to understand the tourists. So after making those efforts, and then we can become beloved by the tourists. And as you know, nature is beautiful, right? And so all those tourist attractions and all those spaces that you already have, to make it a spot that can become popular and be loved by tourists. And to do so, we need to apply those formulas, those business formulas, share those formulas, and share these success stories among each other so that all these tourist attractions in ASEAN and in Korea can be loved for a long time. I will go to Vietnam tomorrow. Wish me luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Park. Now for the second presentation, we have Ms. Lee Jung-mi, the COO of Haenyeo's Kitchen in Jeju, to share their story. Please welcome Ms. Lee on stage with a big round of applause.
Okay, good morning. Nice to meet you all today. As our name Haenyeo's Kitchen suggests, we have two keywords which are Haenyeo and kitchen. And let me begin with the story about the former, Haenyeo. I guess many of you are unfamiliar with Haenyeo. Hae means the sea and Nyeo means women. They are described as female divers, but quite distinctive divers. They dive into the sea to collect seafood, holding their breath each time for a living. You can see them especially on Jeju Island, the southernmost beautiful island of South Korea. And now, I'd like to introduce to you Kwon Young-hee, a Haenyeo who's being with Haenyeo's Kitchen now. Let me show you what this Haenyeo is like underwater. Okay, now I'm gonna give you one quiz. How old does this woman look? How old do you think she is? What do you think? 60. Oh, 70s. In her 70s. And what else? 70? Oh, yeah. The answer is it might be hard to believe she is 92 years old. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Well, actually, strictly speaking, this video was shot 3 years ago, which means she was 89. She was quite younger. Well, anyway, it's still amazing to us. Residing in the Jongdae village of Jeju Island, she's the oldest haenyeo. But once she descends into the depths of the ocean, she transforms into an incredible and ageless professional diver. She used to be a master leader and the anchor of haenyeo community, and currently shares the story about her life in the ocean at haenyeo kitchen. Her story epitomizes the identity of haenyeo, who are often described as amazing, marvelous, and beautiful, while also being compared to mermaids due to their power and grace each other. Yeah, haenyeo, the special community, only collects seafood as much as the ocean allows. They have set a period prohibiting catching seafood, and they regularly clean up the rocks where seaweeds grow. They do not just protect the ocean as a source of income, they do coexist with the ocean. They also have a community culture of caring for the weak. For example, they have set a separate area called Grandma Sea, which is shallow but rich in seafood. The Grandma Sea is only for the aged haenyeo who became unable to dive in the deep water. This kind of practice make their bond stronger, like this. Yeah, this Jeju's haenyeo culture is so precious that it even was registered in the UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage in 2016. To share this hidden treasure of South Korea, we've launched haenyeo Kitchen, where we spread the value of haenyeo culture and also we increase the recognition for their seafood. And now it's time to move on from the story about the haenyeo to the story about the kitchen. Firstly, let's view it through a video. Okay, did you enjoy it? Thank you and welcome to haenyeo Kitchen. We've just visited our first branch of haenyeo Kitchen. Yeah, one day I asked the grandma haenyeo what the ocean means to them. I always had been curious about that, and she replied, "It's kitchen, of course. Kitchen. With each dive, they can bring food to the tables for their loved ones. The ocean is their kitchen, and the food from their kitchen signifies their life and their culture and their philosophy, which is why we create a unique type of dining experience that embodies the essence of haenyeo culture. We've made remarkable progress since our inception 4 years ago. The average reservation rate here is about 97%, even during the COVID-19 pandemic when the F&B culture was being hit the hardest. 60,000 tourists and counting have visited here to experience and be inspired by the daily lives of Haenyeo. Like that. And we've been overwhelmed by the positive response from our visitors from all over the world. Expanding beyond Jeju Island for the entire duration of 4-month pop-up program here in Seoul, which targeted people from overseas, we recorded sellout business performances. The reason why Haenyos Kitchen is being loved by many people is that this is not only a restaurant, but also a comprehensive cultural space that offers a fascinating glimpse into the life of Haenyeo. And you can experience it at our first branch. And now, I'd like to offer you a glimpse of how we deal with Haenyeo's culinary culture at our second branch. Let's view it through a video. Maybe you can feel the atmosphere is quite different from our first branch, right? Yeah, this is a place where we enhance the dignity of Haenyeo seafood and stimulate the various senses through our unique Haenyeo food stories. A dish inspired by the childhood memories of Haenyeo who grilled horned conch on bonfire. A dish that embodies the underwater scenery that Haenyeo described. And this is a fermented drink with the wisdom of Haenyeo. You can taste all of these authentic but special Haenyeo food at our second branch. We have an arts integrated business model based on the way of Haenyeo's life, collaborating with Haenyeo community and also artists and chefs. So, we will be focusing on delivering this cultural impression as many people around the world as possible. Once, our space was a neglected warehouse of a small fishing village, but we believed that we had a power to make our imagination a reality. And we brought life here, inheriting the spirit of Haenyeo. One of our Haenyeo said to us like this: "My life at sea was tough. I've been embarrassed to live as a Haenyeo. But now, I'm really happy to be with Haenyeo's Kitchen." No, actually, we are the ones who are more honored to work with these great mothers, guardians of the sea. In other words, amazing Haenyeos. Haenyeo's Kitchen is where people from their 20s to their 90s are together. Haenyeo's Kitchen is a team who can create the new thing based on respecting the old. We believe that our story and our content can make a profound impact worldwide. As Hallyu, the Korean wave is sweeping the world, and Haenyeo's Kitchen, we will be creating the Haenyeo wave in our own ways. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lee. Before moving on to the country presentations, please be noted that there are refreshments readily available in the hall outside, so please feel free to enjoy the refreshments as you wish while we proceed to the second session of the seminar. Let us now begin the second session of the seminar with the country presentations. This session consists of 4 country presentations where each ASEAN member state will introduce their sustainable local tourism development policies and share their best practices incorporating emerging destinations of different regions. Each session will be followed by a panel discussion where presenters will share their ideas for ASEAN-Korea cooperation in their sustainable local tourism development. We kindly urge each presenter to uphold the designated time frame of 15 minutes for their presentations. The first presentation will be made by the Ministry of Primary Resources of Brunei Darussalam. Let us welcome Ms. Amelia up on stage with a big round of applause.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's an honor for me today to share with everyone a presentation on sustainable tourism, business practices in Brunei Darussalam. So the presentation today assumes the definition of sustainable tourism as the kind of tourism that minimizes the costs and maximizes the benefits of tourism for natural environments and local communities, and can be carried out indefinitely without harming the resources on which it depends on. So the similar practices that can be seen in Brunei Darussalam are staying in eco-friendly accommodations, making the best possible use of natural resources, recognizing and promoting local cultures, buying from and supporting local businesses, avoiding single-use plastics, and wildlife watching and biodiversity experiences. Our objectives in achieving a sustainable tourism practices, business practices, are aligned to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, relating to tourism, that is to educate, improve attitude towards the environment, and to minimize damage. Secondly, to promote innovation for sustainable development and support local communities and host societies that creates jobs, promotes local culture and products, as well as towards together efficiencies and improve businesses manage processes. In Brunei Darussalam, environmental protection laws are fairly and effectively enforced by the relevant government authorities for the sea, air, water, wildlife, and rainforests. These plans and implemented policies indirectly assist the development of sustainable tourism in the country. For example, we've got the Department of Environment, Parks and Recreation at the Ministry of Development, which issues environmental acts and guidelines, pollution control guidelines for the industrial development, and published Recycle 123 Handbook as reference and tips on recycling for the general public. Its initiatives include no plastic bags, which originally started with weekends and now has evolved to every single day. We've also got a program every Sunday called Bandar Kucheria, which directly translates to My Happy City, where our capital city, Bandar Sri Begawan, is closed off from vehicle mobility with the aim of generally decreasing the carbon footprint, and also encourages a healthy lifestyle by doing activities like brisk walking, jogging, cycling, and so forth. Another policy in the country that is related to sustainability is currently implemented by the Forestry Department of the Ministry of Primary Resources and Tourism. The department has several, one of which is the Forest Act that relates to forests and forest produce in Brunei Darussalam. The Act classifies its reserve forest to protection forests, production forests, recreational forests, conservation forests, and the national park. So the Forestry Department also implements the Chapter 102 Wildlife Protection Act that protects wild animals and plants, and also plants of the country, specifically endangered species. And it also implements the Wild Flora and Fauna Order 2027, the order that enables Brunei Darussalam to implement the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. Another supporting agency that supports sustainability is the Fisheries Department of the Ministry of Brunei Resources and Tourism as well. So the department implements Fisheries Order 2014 that prevents or minimizes harm to the environment in the marine reserve or marine park, protecting the marine biodiversity. Its initiatives include implementation of the Coral Care Program, which stands for Conservation, Awareness, Rehabilitation, and Enrichment Program, specifically in conservation, protection, rehabilitation, and replanting of degraded, damaged coral reefs since May 2015. Through the Department of Fisheries, Brunei Darussalam also performed the establishment of marine protected areas to increase the marine resources productivity and enhance food security through protecting and conserving our marine natural heritage, specifically marine life nursery and breeding grounds in Brunei Darussalam waters. So although these guidelines and policies are different from our industries, are from different industries, these can still be interlinked with and connected to the country's tourism industry, as they have direct impacts on the environment, which is an important factor for ecotourism and also our blue economy. Sorry. Post-COVID-19 recovery, Brunei Darussalam has taken note on the changing patterns and needs in the travel and tourism segment and refocused its industry for developments. Actions have been taken up that have allowed us to differentiate our approach to how we identify and engage our strength to tourists. The ease of COVID-19 control measures in the late 2021 saw the number of tourist arrivals to the Sultanate increase from 3,500 tourists in 2021 to about 35,700 tourists in 2022. And alhamdulillah, it is increasing positively to date. To support the growth of the tourism industry in the country, the Tourism Development Department is taking up actions to beef up efforts to develop and promote tourism products based on nature, culture, adventure, as well as health and wellness. So this morning, I'll be sharing with everyone destinations and tourism products of which their current activities are related to ecotourism, 3 of which are in the Temburong district and 2 more in the Tutong district. So altogether 5, namely the Ulu Temburong National Park, the Abode Resort and Spa, the Sumbiling Eco Village, Lamin Warisan, and Eco Ponies Garden. You are currently looking at the canopy walk at the Ulu Temburong National Park, which is the first national park to be established in Brunei and has been protected since 1991. The park covers about 40% of the southern part of the district, that is approximately 550 square kilometers. It is under the management of the Forestry Department of the Ministry of Primary Resources and Tourism, and is also part of the Heart of Borneo International Conservation Agreement. Its key features includes an extensive network of boardwalks, bridges, and stairways that have been constructed to visit different areas of the park. We've also installed interpretation boards that provide information along the path, and the canopy viewing walkway of 50 meters above the forest floor that overlooks the highest tree canopy and provides panoramic view of the forest. The canopy walk is built with steel towers to support the cableway. We've also got the accommodation complex in Ulu Temburong National Park, but currently it's closed as it is being upgraded to become an eco-lodge. A leading international hotel chain will be managing the facility, and the few initiatives just described are some of the efforts implemented to promote the rich diversity and pristine forests of the park as one of the main tourist destinations in Brunei. Next is the Abode Resort and Spa in Temburong District as well, that officially opened in December 2021. The Eco Resort offers 10 riverfront villas, each as standalone tented-style chalets, which are able to accommodate a maximum of 56 guests in total. The construction of the Eco Resort took into account the protection of Temburong's rainforest, and the appointed company had a clear plan to reduce the carbon footprint as tourism forms a part of the larger Borneo rainforest. This was done by installing and using solar panels as a source of power for the resort. In mentioning that, I'm proud to share with you that the Abode Resort and Spa in Brunei is Brunei's first 100% off-grid solar-powered luxury resort. And the villas are powered through the resort's solar farm, which generally generates 1,600 kilowatt a day, with the inverters also storing excess energy in batteries for on-demand use. And keeping within the glamping theme, all chalets are air-conditioned with electricity and piped water supply. There is mobile connectivity on site, but no Wi-Fi in the rooms. Guests can also have the option for activities that includes hiking trails that can be adjusted to individual fitness levels, river cruises using the catamaran, and also movie nights. Trips to the Ulu Temburong National Park, which was the one mentioned earlier, can also be arranged. The resort supports local economy by partnering with small local businesses, inviting local artisans to promote their products at its gift shop and contribute to local employment while becoming an inspiration for the delivery of high-quality hospitality standards. Next is the Sumbileng Eco Village, which is an eco-lodge situated on the riverbanks of the Temburong River. And the area is home to the Iban community, and it's aimed to achieve sustainability by preserving and maintaining the environment and utilizing existing resources. So the lodge operator collaborates with Iban community and has encouraged the tribe to switch their regular small-scale agriculture and/or forest chores for tourism-related tours. He has tasked the community with educating newcomers about local environment and utilizing their skills in the jungle to harvest forest produce for the lodge's kitchen. That way, the lodge provides jobs for them, and also indirectly, they can continue their way of life in a sustainable way. The lodge, again, offers no Wi-Fi, does not support plastic, and there's little distraction from the surrounding wilderness. Guests can hike, swim, take boat rides, and also learn to cook traditional dishes, or even just relax. So here we can observe a good mix of outdoor and nature-based activities to create a healthy, more sustainable community. We are now moving on to the destination in Tutong District. Lamin Warisan was once the home of former village chief, which is now converted into a museum purpose to preserve Tutong's culture and ethnic records. Visitors to the home gallery can learn about the history of local village known as Tanjung Maya and discover Tutong's past age-old photographs and reserves antiques. Activities at Lamin Warisan include learning and playing traditional games, learning the cultural dance, and cooking local recipes, and also trying their nature trail. So back home, the demand for traditional delicacies has declined, and resulting in a lack of youth interest in mastering the skills of making traditional Malay kueh or local sweet cakes. So our older generation used to make them, But this knowledge has not been passed down to the younger generation, who are unaware of the importance of preserving Malay delicacies. However, Lamin Warisan embraces this opportunity to showcase traditional Malay kuehs and arranges activities for its guests to try and making them. It raises the awareness about the traditional local Malay delicacies and provides another avenue to learn about Brunei cultural heritage. Last but not least, the Eco Ponies Garden. The Eco Ponies Garden has grown from a little-known farm stay in Kampong Lamunin to a popular spot for ecotourism and sustainable farming in Brunei. Planter boxes and other tools are also showcased in the garden to allow younger generation visiting the garden to become involved and come up with creative ideas for urban farming. Ecoponi's garden managed to stand out with its farm-to-table dining concept. It's about learning more about forests and from the locals in things like foraging, cooking, and also farming. And the local community have expert knowledge of the forest and enjoy sharing this knowledge with its guests. Communities in the area supports one another, and those with small businesses display their creativity and found new ways to express their passions. And they produce local jams and teas, which they can sell at the farmers market at the Eco Ponies Garden. Our challenges. So, of course, we do encounter issues and challenges in order to gain support in our industry for the sustainable practices, some of which are due to poor understanding of concept of sustainability, tourism activities which are unplanned and they have constructed uncontrolled structures in the area, tourism activities that are carried out in protected areas. This inadequate infrastructure can cause deterioration of the ecological balance, endangerment of wildlife, threat of endangered species, and destruction of vegetation, as well as pollution of natural resources, which are definitely a great concern for most of us. And with modern developments in the country, we also witness locals moving out and uniqueness of culture transferred from generation to generation disappearing. We also experience limited access to and also the use of high-speed internet and digital technologies in rural areas that impedes the development of digital skills. Another challenge is plastic waste. Many of them are dumped in open dump sites, wilderness, and forests, and the limited monitoring and managing initiatives to commit and implement sustainable strategies for hotels and tourist accommodation as well. And our solutions to these challenges just mentioned include awareness programs on the concept of sustainability, working together with relevant agencies on communicating with communities, develop tourism activities that harmonizes with conservation objectives such as bird watching, stargazing, agritourism, enhance local identity through introducing culinary activities and culture presentations, capacity building, enhance local knowledge through references, familiarization trips, and so forth, providing advice, training, and support in ICT to our tourism service providers, and advice on reducing food waste and find solutions to decompose recyclable kitchen waste. Areas of possible cooperation. So these are looking into, we look forward to establishing of Korean wellness facilities, for example, spas, saunas, and revitalization retreat programs, IT solutions, partnerships in creating AI, AR and VR infotainments, building a sustainable adventure site for ecotourism in our Balai districts. Apart from that, we're also looking forward to involving experts in the MICE industry to participate in our signature events, inviting key opinion leaders from South Korea for familiarization trips to Brunei and vice versa, collabs with media websites in promoting each country. And we want to learn how to develop sustainable practices in the industry and ways to adopt them, to discover the endless possibilities of how to improve ecotourism in Brunei and to make it more attractive, and also to conduct language training and experience exchange programs for our guides. This is to increase the number of Korean-speaking tour guides through language courses and cultural exchange experiences in Brunei, and probably Bahasa Melayu speaking tour guides in Korea. Islamic tourism, that's another big thing that's coming up in Brunei. We want to introduce the Ramadan experience in Brunei, especially for the Korean Muslims, because we've got the Ramadan food bazaar, the mosque trails for Ramadan prayers, and so forth. And the MOU between academic institutions in Brunei Darussalam and Korea, which offers tourism-related courses. Yeah, so I shall end my program with with thank you, and I shall say thank you very much. Terima kasih, kamsahamnida. We look forward to welcoming everyone in Brunei Darussalam. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Amelia. The second presentation will be made by the Ministry of Tourism of Cambodia. Let us welcome Mr. Sopal, who will be presenting on behalf of Mr. Kemrith. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
So Tuesday is Jumrip Su, yeah. Hello everyone. This is a first excited seminar, right? And also, I would like to express and also a greeting from Ministries of Cambodia, and I will present on the behalf of the Mr. Chan. Regarding to sustainable Cambodia tourism development policy and also the best practice. So, okay. Sorry. Can I help? So the slide we have, first time I want to present the overview of Cambodia, right? So as we know, the Cambodia we know as that Kingdom of Cambodia, and we have geographies based on the Southeast Asia region, with a population approximately 17.5 million, estimated in June 2023. And the capital is Phnom Penh City. And also we have the GDP growth 6.5 estimate in 2023 as well. So that is a full map of the Cambodia. So we have divided as a 4 zones. So we have Siem Reap, Angkor zone, everyone knows. And it's at the northwest areas and receives foreigners at the ancient temple, and areas comprise approximately more than 1,000 temples. So we have the Phnom Penh and surrounding, right? That's a capital, and it's everyone knows as the city of historical culture signification. So coastal areas, we have Koh Kong province, we have Sihanoukville, and also Kampot Kap province. So we have approximately 440 kilometers covered. And the eco-tourism zone is situated at northwest part of the country. It's considered many of the ecotourism potential. This area covers Teng Train Province, Kratis, and Ratnagiri Province, and Mandalkiri Province. So based on the rich historical culture, natural resource, we are good potential of tourism development. The government of Cambodia determined the tourism is a culture and nature tourism. In regards of Cambodia, tourist development is done is a sustainable and responsible manner by considering economic, social, and environmental effects. After a wide goal, Cambodian government has considered tourism as a green goal, contributing to development of the green economy and resolving problem of the climate change. So I also want to share with the best practice, right? So the best practice, key highlights, right? So in addition, implementing national economic policy, Cambodia also implement the standard ASEAN community-based tourism and community-based eco-tourism. So we're making a quality tourism destination and a news attractive, right? Creating eco-tourism products, reduce impact and promote the conservation of natural resources, contribute of effective climate change migration. So we have a JPAT community-based eco tourism. Also, we have Steng Arrange eco tourism communities. We also have Phnom Khnong Psa eco-tourism community. And we also have Chambok communities-based eco-tourism. And also Trapiang Sangkai community-based. So the issue and challenge, so we articulate 4P. So we have we also want to share that focus, and we have we would need some more contribute on the public. So the industries, we create more event and activities. So private, we will have private diversity, news, product and service, and people we have engaged. Encourage local, improve quality service product to attract the visitor and the peace partner. We appreciate and we so support, find the partner to support the funding and technical skill. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Sopal. The third presentation will be given by the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia. Let us welcome Mr. Jaya up on stage with a big round of applause.
So when I received the concept note from AKC, ASEAN-Korea Center, Ms. Kyung, they are looking forward to the 5 tourism destinations which are hidden and less explored. The 2 concepts that comes to my mind when I heard this hidden and less explored are rural areas and tourism village. Rural areas are hard to reach, and sometimes it takes hard work to reach there. And tourism village is one of the programs that the ministry is currently pursuing and the priority of the government. J. Irvan Cahyat Pisadi Gustiari, and I'm from the Directorate of Interinstitutional Relations of the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, will present you the exploring the unexplored, developing rural tourism, rural areas through tourism village. So basically, Indonesia has these 2 documents as the baseline of the developing strategy of tourism village. The first one is the President Regulations, number 18, year 2022, that contains the National Medium-Term Development Plan for 5 years. So it contains all of the strategy of the ministry. But in terms of tourism, there are 2 main things that I would like to highlight here. The first one is the 19 priority destinations of Indonesia, and it includes Bali, of course. And the second one is the development of 244 tourism villages in Indonesia surrounding these priority destinations. And after this document, we have the strategic plan that is developed by the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia and contains 5 main actions of tourism village development that I will tell you later. So, actually I have snack here, and there is a quiz or a question for all of you. These are the 5 super priority tourism destinations of Indonesia that is contained by the presidential regulations. Maybe some of you have visited or heard about Lake Toba, Borobudur, and Mandalika. So anyone can guess the last 2 tourism destinations in here. The first one is characterized by hills and beach, Pink Beach. And the last one is characterized by it's famous for its diving locations. Can someone guess? If not, the snack will go to the committee, of course. Everyone can answer. Anyone? Okay, please. Unfortunately, no. Okay, nobody would like snacks. It is Indonesian snack bang bang usually. It's very delicious. Oh, thank you, Christina. I will give you. It's very famous for its pink beach. And the last one, anybody can guess? Okay, I will continue my presentations. Likupang. It is in North Celebes and North Minahasa Regency. So, sorry, back. So these 5 super destinations are related to the destination that I would like to introduce you later. And these are the strategy that is developed by the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, and I would like to showcase you these 2 action plans. The first one is mapping the tourism village in Indonesia, because it is very important to know what has been the tourism village development right now, whether they are categorized as the pioneer, developing, developed, or independent. It is based by the number of tourists that visited the tourism village, the infrastructure, and also the institutionalism of the tourism village, whether they has been well established or not. And the second one is the mentoring program that is supported by the 5 actors or the pentahelix stakeholders. These are the government actors, the private sectors, media, and also academicians, and last but not least is the community itself. And talking about the trends that Indonesia sees right now. Sorry. So now I would like to showcase you one of the best examples of Indonesia in terms of developing the tourism village itself. So I would like to ask one question. Do you know how many villages Indonesia has currently? Anyone can guess? Anything, fine. I will give you one snack also. Any rough guess? How many villages Indonesia currently has? 50. Sorry, who can raise your hand? Lester? 2 million. Okay. Thank you so much. So the number of the tourism, the village Indonesia has right now is 83,000 village. And what is the government is doing to encourage more villages to become the tourism village itself? So one of the base programs that Indonesia has right now is the Indonesian Tourism Village Awards. So and year by year, it is increasing from 2021 until 2023. And in the participating tourism village for the Indonesian Tourism Village Awards in 2023 is 4,600 because the minister believes that tourism is a driving sector for the economy in the village itself. And village is very important for Indonesia because basically we are archipelagic nations and a lot of islands are somehow isolated. And what is good from this program is that we are not going to give just awards for this tourism village, but we gave them the facilitation to become better by connecting them with the private sectors. In 2023 right now, we collaborated with BCA, Astra Adira, and Grab Indonesia, major companies in Indonesia, to develop the infrastructure and also the mentoring for the human resources of the tourism village. And talking about the trends of the tourism in the post-pandemic world, we see that the domestic trips are relatively stable even during the pandemic in Indonesia compared to foreign tourists, because of course the pandemic hits and everyone worries getting infected. Because the domestic trips are relatively stable during the pandemic, the government launched a program, Bangga Berwisata di Indonesia, or Proudly Travel Within Indonesia, in 2022. Because we see the potential, the opportunity of encouraging Indonesians to spend more time and their money within Indonesia itself. Because also we see the trends here, the trends are more customized, personalized, localized, and also smaller in size for the tourism trends, and more increasing demand for the nature, cultural, and wellness-based tourism. And now, starting with the exploring 5 tourism villages in Indonesia. So these 5 villages has been established well and has so much potential to be explored more and has a lot of successful implementation of sustainable practices. That's why we chose these 5 tourism villages that spread across Indonesia. The first one is the Werebo Tourism Village, which is located in Manggarai, East Nusa Tenggara Province. It is near Labuan Bajo, so it is one of the supporting destinations of Labuan Bajo. And also, as you can see there are 7 traditional houses, and each big house has 5 floors, and each floor has their own function. It's called Baruniang, the traditional houses. And how we can reach this tourism village is that you can reach this from the nearest airport 4 hours by car and 2 or 3 hours trekking. So it is combined with the nature tourism. After you do the trekking, you can stay there at one of the traditional houses and experience the culture there. And what's so special about this village is the view. It's the magnificent view of the mountainous region. And even during the night, you can stargaze. And it's very beautiful night if you spend a day there. Oh, one thing that I would like to highlight here, the traditional houses has been passed down through 18 generations. So you can imagine how well preserved the culture, the traditional house is. And the second one is Budo Tourism Village, which is located in North Minahasa, near Likupang, one of the super rated tourism destinations. So with the cooperation with the ILO and also with the France, we basically equipped these local residents into sustainable practices. And one of the things that you can do here is that there are a lot of diving and snorkeling spots that you can enjoy. And you can even island hopping if you would like to see these snorkeling spots. The sustainable practices, there are mangrove ecotourism, which you can plant also mangrove if you would like to experience it. And also the Sustainable Protection Initiative, which is currently discussed by the French with the French counterpart. So we are going to make this land is protected by creating a list of biodiversity in the region. The next one is Pujon Kidul Tourism Village, which is located in Malang, East Java Province. Actually, it's near my hometown. It's just like 2 hours drive from my city, Surabaya. So what's so special about this village? This village is initiated, the tourism destination is initiated by one cafe. So one cafe is called Cafe Sawah, or cafe in the middle of the rice field. Once the cafe is established, it's very famous, and many of the tourists are coming to this village. And then the tourist destination and tourism products are expanded as well, because there are increasing demand to experience new things. And therefore, there are sustainable practices in terms of agriculture and farming. And you can pick, for example, strawberries, and you can also learn about how to plant vegetables there. And it is quite high. It's like 1,300 meters above the sea level, and it's a very beautiful view you can experience there. And you can reach it by 1 hour and 30 minutes by the nearest airport. And the fourth tourism village, of course, well, after I explain about the other destination, Bali is somehow cannot be separated from Indonesia. It is very famous, it is very well preserved, and one of the things that I'd like to show is the hidden gems in Bali, because we knew already about Jimbaran, Kuta, and also maybe the Potato Head Beach. And this is called Panglipuran Tourism Village, located in Bangli, Bali Province. And if you have joined the World Tourism Day last year, maybe you have visited this tourism village because we held the tour there. So what's so special about this tourism village? It is divided into 3 main areas, which is based on Trihita Karana. It means the balance between the God, human, and also the environment. And the special thing is that 40% of the total areas of this tourism village is bamboo forest. It is by the local residents called it sacred bamboo forest, because you cannot cut down the bamboo for using other than the bad days. So you have to cut it on good days and based on their local belief. And the key feature is that each of the residential houses is very traditional, and each of house also has pura, or for the praying for the local residents, and it's very beautiful if you visit there, and a lot of activities can be found there. Even you can book a dinner in the village. And the last but not least, the tourism village that I would like to showcase to you, if you like to diving or snorkeling, you can also go visit this village, Pemutaran Tourism Village, which is also located in Bali. But it is quite far if you take from the Ngurah Rai Airport, International Airport. It takes around 4 hours, but it's worth it. Why? Because the Pemutaran offers a lot of things, from fishing, snorkeling, diving, and even cooking class that you can enjoy. And the sustainable practices that has been implemented in this tourism village are the Pemutaran Marine Conservatory project, which try to implanting the coral reef on daily basis, on a regular basis, and you can also join this project as well. And the second one is the turtle conservatory, because it is very important to conserve the biodiversity in the region. And now I would like to talk about the challenges that we have during developing these tourism villages. The first one is infrastructure development, because in rural areas, one of the key or the main challenges are the infrastructure, not just physical, but also digital infrastructure that have to connect with the internet, and it's hard to reach by the Wi-Fi and so on. And the second one is the community development, which is characterized by the low level of education, of course, because in rural areas, it's somehow to reach the nearest educational institution. And ways forward, I would like to talk about the opportunities that we have as ASEAN member countries and also as the key strategic partner of ASEAN, South Korea. I don't talk all of it, but I would like to focus on two things. The first one is the sister villages, because currently we only have within Indonesia. So sister village or tourism village in Bali have sister village in Yogyakarta, Ngelanggeran. And it is very important to have these sister villages because they can share knowledge, they can share best practices, and they can share the same amount of experience that can connect them. And the second one is human capital development. And I really truly appreciate what AKC has been doing, providing training workshop for us right now. And also, I would like to inform all of you among the ASEAN member countries that currently Indonesia have Indonesian Aid, initiated in 2019, currently handled by the Ministry of Finance. And we are currently discussing about the development or making a program training workshop in the Mekong River with the Mekong River Council. So it is still under discussion, and hopefully next year Indonesia can launch this program and can be shared among the ASEAN member countries. And the other, another things is joint promotions. Of course, this the AKC has been doing. The fourth one is the private sector collaborations. Last but not least is youth and women empowerment through the interactive dialogue, interfaith dialogue, and so on and so forth. And I would like to thank all of the delegates here, all the media, all the participants who has been hearing my presentations. If you have any question, please do not hesitate to ask me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jaya. The last speaker is from the Luang Namtha Information, Culture and Tourism of Lao PDR. Let us welcome Mr. Somsabath with a big round of applause.
So, good morning, all participants. I am really happy to see all of you at this seminar. Your Excellency, Mr. Chairman, representative from ASEAN country and Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Somsavat Naminta, Deputy Director in Department of Luang Namtha Province, Information, Culture and Tourism from Lao PDR. I am here on behalf of the Ministry Information, Culture and Tourism. Today, it is a great opportunity for me to present ecotourism development in Laos. Let's go my presentation. This outline of my content. I would like to present about the Laos, key regulatory of policy and national ecotourism strategy and action plan, and 5 best practice of sustainable tourism in Laos, issue and challenge cooperation possible with ASEAN and Korea Center. About Laos. Laos is a landlocked country as well known. It's one of ASEAN members. The country shares border with 5 countries, such as China, Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Myanmar. It's cover 236,800 kilometers with 17 provinces and 1 capital. For regulatory of policy, there are policy following. The first, National Socio-Economic Development Plan for 2021 to 2025. Tourism was determined as one of strategy in this agenda. The second, MICT Development Policy on Tourism. First, National Ecotourism Strategy and Action Plan, 2005-2010. So we still use some strategy because there is no updated version. I will discuss later. The second, Lao National Tourism Strategy Plan 2016-2025. The third, Tourism Development Plan 2021-2025. The fourth, during the COVID-19, Lao PDR Tourism, we have Tourism COVID Recovery Roadmap 2021-2025. The sixth, in the post-COVID-19, the Ministry Information, Culture and Tourism define Green Travel Zone and Green Travel Trail as the objective to promote nature-based tourism in ecotourism area. The third one, for Lao Tourism Marketing Campaign, this is organized Visit Lao Year 2014 to promote Lao tourism. That's one I invite all you visit Lao. In each province, they have also their tourism policy. For National Ecotourism Strategy and Action Plan 2005 to 2010, now some strategy relative ecotourism has development, and based on this strategy, there's a following goal. The first, standing in situation arrangement for planning and management ecotourism goal, supporting capacity building and promotion of good practice, support environmental protection and nature conservation, provide socio-economic development and cultural heritage, protection of host community, and development ecotourism research and information. In this regard, based on the current situation, we need to get insight in ecotourism development with all stakeholders gathered in sustainable development and management. There is a new draft of ecotourism strategy and action plan for 2023 to 2027. So best practice about sustainable tourism in Laos. We have 5 destinations. So in Laos PDR, we have a lot of tourism destinations, as well as like Luang Prabang, Vientiane, Vang Vieng, Champasak, and other provinces. For the 5 ecotourism sites below are for study purpose in my presentation. The first, Namha NPA, Luang Namtha province. This is my province. Yeah? I am from this province. So Namha NPA located in the north part of Laos. Luang Namtha province is cover 222,400 hectares. Ecotourism was developed in 2000 and declared as ASEAN Heritage Park in 2003. This area focused on nature-based tourism and community-based tourism. This aims to generate income for local people in this area. Culture conservation and nature preservation. They have activity which includes trekking, kayaking, camping, bird watching, and culture show, something like that. Yeah. On On-tour programs are provided by local tour company in the province. So we develop ecotourism in Luang Nam Tha. That's the second one, Nam Kat Yolapa. Nam Kat Yolapa in Phu Hi NPA, Udom Sai province. This located between Luang Prabang and Luang Nam Tha province. This area was developed by private sector company called Forestry Area Conservation Ecological Tourism. This is cooperates with Ministry Information Culture and Tourism and Information Culture Tourism Department in the province. There are various activities such as canopy walking, zip line experience, ATV allowed earlier, and other interesting programs with more than 50 options. The third, Kibben experience. Kibben experience, this is also private sector investment. Kibben experience is in Nam Kan NPA, Bokeo province. This is far from Lao Thai friendship bridge for only 2 hours by 4-wheel car. Whereas the tea house are the world's tallest one, which provide authentic experience at tea house. The highlights watching wildlife like Kibben. Community-based tourism has highlight success in this area. The first, night safari. This is administered by the government project. The project aims to preserve wildlife in the Nam Et Phulei NPA. This supported by the Wildlife Conservation Society and work closely between nature, local government, and local community. The area provides nice safari on Nam Neun River, and travelers are also able to go trekking and watch wildlife allowed the projects earlier. This project supported by World Bank. And the last one, the Lock View Point. The Lock View Point was developed by Discover Lao Today company, who offer large ecotourism product and also provide high standard hotel and restaurant in Laos. They have activity in the Luang Prabang, Wang Vieng, Vientiane, Kham Muon, this is in Kham Muon, in Champasak also. Yeah. This destination is the place for the people can come and fly above on one of the greatest limestone forests to enjoy the beautiful nature site along with exotic adventure provided along the bridge. I have been there last month. It is a wonderful place for visits. We stay overnight and enjoy some activity there, and really impressed and by this experience, right? For ecotourism contribute, the ecotourism development contribute to following objectives. The first, poverty evaluation. The second, preservation of culture and tourism heritage. Good cooperation between public and private sector. Sustainable use of natural resources. Wildlife conservation, raise awareness on culture preservation and nature conservation in the local area. Great income for general income for the villages. Issues and challenge. Although we have development tourism for a long time, there are existing challenges. The first, insufficient policy and regulation on ecotourism investment, poor transportation and facility in tourism site, limited skill staff, low quality tourism product, low value add on products. poor waste management in ecotourism site, loss of clean, expansion of deforestation and forest exploitation. Benefit sharing in insufficient to local people. Not everyone get benefit from the ecotourism activity. Lack of capital investment for private sector. Lack of marketing campaign in big event in the national event. This issue and challenge above are general problem that the national and level government have to try to solve. For the lesson learn and plan, one established guideline to connect conservation and tourism development in ecotourism area, which is to increase creative for private investor. The second, design ecotourism management system for nature, for national and province protected area. The third, strengthening cooperation among public, private sector, and development agency on ecotourism marketing and promotion. Improve and diversify tourism product to approach the ASEAN tourism standard. Improve transportation and facility in the ecotourism zone. Improve human resources in tourism sector who are from government, private, and community. Employ the use of digital marketing in ecotourism promote and marketing campaign. Educate local community about environmentally friendly on ecotourism. Possible cooperation with ASEAN country and ASEAN-Korea Center. First, develop sustainably and interconnected network of ecotourism destination and site across ASEAN member states and South Asia. And South Korea, sorry. Encourage sustainable development of ecotourism through partnership between relevant stakeholders. The third, establish public-private sector partner regional network with participation of national, regional, and international experts to develop comprehensive and sustainable ecotourism cluster and tourism corridor. Fourth, develop and comprehensive and informative ASEAN ecotourism under the existing ASEAN tourism website. Develop ASEAN ecotourism standard. Conduct the regional workshop on ASEAN-Korea ecotourism best practice for sustainable tourism development. Okay, these were contact five destinations above. Okay, thank you for the ASEAN and Korea who provide opportunity for me to attend this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Somsavath. Thank you, everyone of the first batch, for such insightful presentations. We will now move on to the panel discussion. Panel discussions, I would like to first invite Mr. Alex and the presenters to the stage as soon as the setup is ready. And the panel discussions will be moderated by the Head of Culture and Tourism Unit of the ASEAN-Korea Center, Mr. Alex Makatuno. I would like to invite Mr. Alex as well as the presenters up on stage to proceed to the panel discussions.
May I invite our speakers to please take your seat. I would say that this is the most difficult time of the seminar because we really have to manage our time. But anyway, before I proceed, good morning everyone, and good morning also to our online participants who are actually listening currently right now online. And but before I proceed to the Q&A, I just want to acknowledge our distinguished speakers a while ago who actually shared their views and knowledge, and particularly their success stories, some best practices. Like, for example, correct me if I'm wrong, but I just want to say three things for the three people, for the three distinguished delegates, speakers. One for Ms. Chung. Of course, she presented the data and the digital marketing, the use of digital marketing platform to really promote better the destination or the tourism that we have in our respective country. And of course, for Mr. Park, he actually mentioned and presented the Surfy Beach. And I think I would like to say that that is a destination marketing or destination product. And of course, the last speaker who talked about Henyo, Ms. Lee, and I would like to believe that that is community-based tourism, and you are specifically touching the very sectoral level, which is the vulnerable sector, as we call the women divers. So thank you very much for that very interesting and very insightful presentation. Okay, now, I would like to make the questions very quick because we only have 21 minutes based on the screen. But anyway, I just want to ask first our good friend from Cambodia, Sop. You actually presented a lot of strategies, particularly the National Ecotourism Plan 2019 to 2030. But I just want to ask. You actually use that to assess the sustainability of tourism for Cambodia. But do you have other metrics or other indicators that you can say that this particular program is really sustainable?
Hello. Yep. I just capture, if I'm not wrong, regarding to the sustainable, right? So beside of the sustainable tourism, you referred into the how to apply the policy or.
Yeah, aside from, because the National Tourism Plan 2019-2030 of Cambodia is basically a way of assessing sustainability of tourism. But aside from that, do you have other metrics or other means of assessing the product that you have as sustainable tourism?
So basically, Ministry of Tour, we applies the eco-tourism, right? So we combine, how to say, conservation, the non-urban areas. So then we can serve from before that's the villager that they try to their livelihood. They use the cut the wood and they go to the forest, right? So now they change from doing that. They come back to do the apply the eco. So most of the time they generate the fund from those.
Okay, so meaning you're actually using some of the elements on ecotourism and other tourism development to assess whether your product are really sustainable or not. Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. For Brunei, Emilia, I heard in your presentation you said about My Happy City. And a happy city, and there are also a lot of initiatives that you actually mentioned, particularly the direct imports and all these things. And you also showed the Ulu Temburong, right? And one of your destination. My question now is, in what ways can sustainable tourism really contribute to the preservation of the destination's beauty and its cultural heritage?
So in my presentation earlier, as I've shared the plans and policies that our government agencies have implemented and contributed sustainable practices in the country. So those are just the major ones, because there are actually some more that are have shown that has contributed and shown great development for the industry itself. So although these guidelines and policies are from different industries, they are still interlinked with and connected to the country's tourism industry and their impacts to the environment. In saying that, we have actually not just for the government agencies, but because we want it to be kind of an involvement from our stakeholders and our communities as well. In moving forward with the country's tourism development, we have also invited our stakeholders and communities to workshops, capacity building, and they've contributed to all sorts of trainings as well in building the development of the country's industry. And we're hoping that with their participation in our program, it helps the service providers to refocus their activities and also align it to the country's, our industry's vision and mission, so that both sides can maximize on benefiting from the increased number of tourists into Brunei while sustaining the natural environment as well as the local communities as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, Amelia. You actually mentioned about communities and how community play a vital role in developing the tourism and in the success of a tourism development. Now, I just want to direct my question to Som. You also made a lot of, you presented a lot of regulations and policy directions of Lao, and Emilia just mentioned about communities and how communities how community represent the whole tourism development. So my question now is, how can these activities really empower local communities to participate actively with all these programs, like she mentioned about capacity building, training program, and all these activities. But how are we going to ensure that this community would really participate in this kind of undertakings that we have in order to develop the tourism further?
Thank you for the question. So, before we develop ecotourism or develop tourism in the village, the planning is from the government, from the local government, is from the village. So some villagers they don't want to do activity like that the before. So that's problem. The benefit cannot go to anywhere in the village. So now we change a new idea. If we would like to all people in the village to join the activity or work with the ecotourism, so when we're planning to develop a community, we have to go with them, to talk with them. Yeah. How about our program? What activity you do want to do? Yeah, we decide together. Yeah, this important. They planning with us, decide with us the program, and then we agree together that they have to do it like this. We do like that. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Meaning you directly approach these people, the community, in order for them to really provide that kind of support by attending, and at the same time have the willingness to learn better what is tourism development all about, and how they would be able to realize that the importance of tourism development in their livelihood or in their lives, right? So with that question and with that answer, I would like to ask Kai from Indonesia. You presented the super priority destinations, and you also mentioned about 833 villages, right? And when we talk of villages and all these things, you're referring to community as well. You're also the stakeholders, the host country. I just want to ask now, aside from you mentioned about the linkage of your government is trying to provide linkage to the private sector, and at the same time, you're giving award for some successful institution or villages. But what other kind of support does your government and the local government provide to really, have these villages be developed further?
So in Indonesia right now, there is national policy and also the ministerial policy, right? So for the Indonesian or through the government of Indonesia, support all the villages in Indonesia by funding. So every village has their own funding directly going to their account, bank account. And it is around 1 million, 1 billion rupiah. And it is to support the infrastructure development and also the human resource development. And in the ministerial level, what we do on regular basis, other than ADWI or the Indonesian Tourism Village Award itself, is Gerakan Sadar Wisata or tourism awareness movement. So basically, every tourism village has a movement, or we encourage them to realize that they have potential, because sometimes a lot of people in the village doesn't realize their own potential and how to treat the tourists and how they can develop their tourism products. So basically, in this movement, the ministry is providing support, mentors, and also with the help of the international actors. For such example is the Budo Tourism Village. With the help with the ILO, International Labor Organizations. So they provide training of trainers. So basically, foreign institution, foreign university are cooperating with the local university. They develop module. They develop module for the local residents, and they train local residents to be trainers for their own local residents. Because why? Because local language is still used in the tourism village. And because of the same language that they use, it is much easier for them to digest, to learn about new things in the village itself. And these are the things that the ministry has been doing so far.
So you're actually providing funding for these villages?
From the national government, not from the ministry.
Yeah, from the national government, and at the same time, a soft infrastructure like training, capacity building program.
But it's actually the funding is managed by the village itself.
Okay.
So they are, of course, with the strong monitoring and also surveillance.
Can you name some of the criteria that you actually use for you to prioritize that particular village?
Well, for the national government, all villages can get the funding without any exceptions.
Okay, so there's no such as criteria like in terms of arrival, in terms of number of people that are actually visiting, in terms of the potential, there's none?
No.
Okay, so thank you very much. So I still have 4 minutes. Probably I just want to ask our distinguished speakers here to answer the question very, very short and very quickly, probably just 2 words. So how can you making sure that the destinations would strike a balance between promoting tourism for economic growth and preserving the environment? So it's like economic and the preservation of environment. So maybe we can start with some.
That's one. For the local people. We work together between local people, private sector to discuss about what's the problem, how can we work together. After that, we building about we set up the curricula for the control, how to pay, how to every people. Tourists can pay directly with the local people, and then we control and check and monitoring about the problem. Yeah, that's
Thank you. Okay.
So in Indonesia itself, actually in my presentation, there are the strategy that the ministry had, the 5 main action plan. And one of them is the certifications, because we believe in the certification on how we can run the tourism village sustainably. And our tourism village, we encourage them to take the certification. And basically there are 2 certifications that we use as of now, is that the ASEAN CBT, Community-Based Tourism Standard, and the secondly is based on the GSTC standard, Global Sustainable Tourism Council standard, that we have been implementing in the national level. We adapt the standard to the national regulations. So these 2 standards are the main basis for the development of tourism field, so that they grow economically, but in social and environmentally protection is also adhered as well, and so that the tourism fields cannot, offer or exploit the natures, and so that it can destroy themselves.
Yeah, thank you.
And I think for Cambodia, so we prioritize on the conservation, what community that we have. So then for the governance process, we would apply for the ESG, right? So keep sustainable. That is about it.
Thank you.
Okay, on our side, as mentioned earlier, is one of our challenges would be on the awareness. So this applies the same as well. So we need to campaign for it, and making sure that the industry and the general public really are aware of the program that we will be implementing, and making sure that they have enough information on our plans and what the concept is all about, really. Being transparent as well with our stakeholders, to who will be going hand in hand with the development of the industry. And when we implement those plans, we do the monitoring and review, not just within the government agencies, but as well with the stakeholders and as well with the communities. That's it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I actually wrote three major things here. One, for us to be able to making sure that there will be a balance. You talk about standards, meaning standards. There should really be a particular standard wherein we will be able to determine the pros and cons, and the certain level of awareness. I also heard about the awareness and the transparency, and I think it's also talk about we also talk about the regulation. So in that way, we would be able to really strike or see how we can really make a balance between the development on the economic side and at the same time maintaining and preservation of the natural resources that we have. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say thanks. Thank you very much for our speakers. So I think we were able to meet our time. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alex and speakers, for a wonderful panel discussion. Now would all presenters and Mr. Alex please return to their seats. Before we conclude the morning session, I would like to kindly request all participants to fill out a program survey. You may access the survey using the QR code shared up on the screen. Please be informed that prizes will be given on your way out for those who kindly submitted the survey form. Now we will be having a networking lunch session for the invited ASEAN participants as well as the CTWG members. We will be having the lunch at the Cosmos and Violet room located on the 2nd floor. Our AKC staff members will guide you to the luncheon venue. For other participants, please return to the Orchid Room by 1:20 p.m. as the afternoon session will commence at 1:30 p.m. Additionally, please be noted that there will be a National Civil Defense exercise happening from 2 to 2:20 p.m., but it is planned to end within 20 minutes, so please kindly excuse the noise as we continue. Enjoy your lunch, and I will see you later. Thank you. Good afternoon, participants, and welcome back to the second part of the seminar. We will now resume the second session and the afternoon session of the country presentations. We will have the first speaker from the Ministry of Tourism, Arts, and Culture of Malaysia. Please let us welcome Ms. Hani with a big round of applause up on stage.
Assalamualaikum and good afternoon to ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hani Shalila Zulkifli. I'm from Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Malaysia. Okay, today I will be presenting on the topic of the sustainable local tourism in Malaysia. Okay. Without further ado, let me introduce you to the Sustainable Local Tourism Development Policy. As we all know, Malaysia intends to highlight its natural and sustainable side, offering visitors an authentic ecotourism experience. This is demonstrated by the launch of the National Ecotourism Plan 2.0 under the slogan, Tourism Protect, Preserve and Conserve Nature, Culture and Heritage. The goal of this plan is to revise and enhance the findings of recent study towards developing potential ecotourism destinations. It also acts as a tool for conservation of ecotourism sites in the country. On top of that, Malaysia have also launched the National Tourism Policy, which is NTP 2020 to 2030 on the 23rd of December 2020. To ensure the continuity of Malaysian tourism industry while targeting to make Malaysia a global top 10 tourism destination in both arrival and receipt. In addition, Malaysia also aims to create synergies between the local community, the economy and tourism. This is to encourage respectful interaction between the locals and the visitors, where visitors can discover Malaysian culture through locals with a positive impact on the community. Tourism experience evolves through collaboration between government, the private sector, and local communities that includes the following elements, which are respect for nature, contribution to conservation, benefit to local communities, component of education and awareness, and the last one is sustainability. There are 5 focus areas, 19 strategies, and 86 actions in the National Ecotourism Plan 2.0, which are investment in ecotourism, tourism consensus in ecotourism site, synergy between ecotourism and conservation, ecotourism marketing, and ecotourism cluster. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the proposed 60 ecotourism cluster under the ecotourism cluster endorsed by MOTEC, whereby 43 clusters are in Peninsular Malaysia, 9 clusters in Sarawak, and 8 in Sabah. The proposed clusters are potential ecotourism destinations that have been recognized by NEP, which act as guideline to the state government to develop relevant products which are significant to the respective states. And now we move to the first local tourism destination, the Langkawi Geopark. This is one of our geopark in Malaysia, which is located in the state of Kedah, Peninsular Malaysia. The Langkawi UNESCO Global Geopark is the Southeast Asia's oldest mountain formations. It is also the home to one of the first rainforests on the top planet to present the contribution of geoparks in the archipelago of 99 islands of Langkawi. In 2007, UNESCO officially declared the Langkawi archipelago as one of 94 globally recognized geoparks. These are the protected areas that visitors can visit to catch a glimpse of some eye-catching flora and fauna species. Some of the attractions that you can find here are the Dayang Bunting Marble Geoforest Park, the Macincang Cambrian Geoforest Park, the Kilim Kars Geoforest Park, and the Kubang Badak Bio-Geo Trail. The Langkawi Development Authority, also known as LADA, is the custodian of the Langkawi UNESCO Global Geopark. LADA Geopark and Conservation organizes regular weekly cleanups under the geo-education program that have become part of the local lifestyle in the past years, which also include school students. It involves coral reef cleanups in the water surrounding islands such as Pulau Singa Besar and Tepur Islands. The second destination is Mulu National Park, which is situated in Miri, Sarawak, in the island of Borneo. The park is well known today for its rich biodiversity and for its karst features such as cave and underground river, which are formed due to the dissolving action of water and soluble rocks. It is a UNESCO World Heritage Site that encompasses cave and karst formation in a mountainous equatorial rainforest setting. Some of the attractions you can find here is Mount Mulu, the Clearwater Cave, the Lang Cave, Mulu Treetop Tower, Fastland Cave, and Mount Benarat. Due to its many attractions, the Mulu National Park has won the Nature, Adventure, and Ecotourism Award 2022 to 2025. Among the best practices of ecotourism in Mulu National Park is the legal guideline which acts to protect the wildlife in Mulu National Park. Management of waste such as transporting waste of Mulu to the Marudi landfill and making sure that tourist accommodation blends with the natural environment. Next is the Kenyir Lake, which is known as a unique tourist destination for a beautiful scenario of tropical forest and widely known for its valuable flora and fauna species. The Kenyir Lake, or better known as Tasik Kenyir, among the locals in the Hulu Terengganu district, has been declared a national geopark and will be known as the Kenyir Geopark. Some of the attractions that you can find here are the Laseh Waterfall, South Waterfall, Gua Bawah, the Kenyir Kelah Sanctuary, the Kenyir Elephant Conservation Village, Orchid Garden, and also the Herbal Park. It is believed that the area is the habitat of more than 8,000 species of flowers, 2,500 species of plants and trees, 8,000 species of orchid, 370 species of birds, and 300 species of freshwater fish. This project is under forest conservation, aims to improve park management through public-private partnership to safeguard the forest and wildlife, to empower local community, and to secure long-term financing for this protected area. The Kenyir Lake authorities opened an Ikan Kelah Sanctuary at Sungai Petang that serves as a rehabilitation, conservatory, and breeding zone for the fish. The sanctuary is open to tourists who can experience the excitement of swimming with thousands of ikan kelah. Beside the Kenyir Lake, we also have the Lenggong Valley, which is situated in the lounge of Lenggong Valley. The property includes 4 archaeological sites in 2 clusters, which span close to 2 million years, which makes it one of the longest records of early man in a single locality, and the oldest outside the African continent. The Lenggong Valley in northern Malaysia is a fascinating UNESCO World Heritage Site. More info about the archaeological heritage of the Lenggong Valley is that it is one of the longest culture sequences in a single locality in the world. The Lenggong Archaeological Museum displays many important artifacts found at various archaeological sites in the Lenggong Valley. And one of many attractions which you can find here is the Mount Toba, Volcanic Ash, Telaga Biru, Lata Kekabu Eco Forest Park, as well as Bukit Bunuh. Among the best practices applied here is on-site conservation of the perak man skeleton, which was carefully cleaned using bamboo skewer to minimize scratching and scarring of the bones. The very fragile condition of the perak man skeleton require each bone to be removed individually. The whole conservation process is done meticulously to ensure the bones are well preserved. Last but not least is the Habitat Penang Hill, which is a world-class rainforest discovery center located at the edge of the magnificent rainforest located with an easy reach of the vibrant metropolis of the state of Penang. It is known that the tunnel track of the funicular train is the steepest train in the world and the longest in Asia. The Habitat Penang Hill is a B Corp certified, award-winning rainforest discovery center as atop the story Penang Hill, which is the gateway to the UNESCO Penang Hills Biosphere Reserve. The introduction of the Effective Food Waste Composer, EFWC, developed by the Faculty of Engineering of University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, has reduced the environmental impact on Penang Hill by the establishment of new system to reduce food waste. The fabulous attraction which you can find here, among others, are the rainforest Canopy Valley, which you will find it very fascinating, and as well as the view of Andaman Sea and Georgetown on top of the 230 meters Langway Canopy Walk. Ladies and gentlemen, now that we have covered all 5 of the chosen ecotourism destinations in Malaysia, we also acknowledge that issues and challenges which drift from the study done is overall, such as the first one is lack of financial support to incentivize innovative ecotourism product development in Malaysia. The second one, the SME business operators are lacking in capacity to manage the ecotourism destination. The third one, a large number of nature education centers have been shut down due to financial constraints. And the last one, the lack of specialized nature guide, especially in the ecotourism side. Right. Malaysia has always looked up to the best practices in other countries, especially in the field of tourism. As we all know, tourism plays a major role in every country's economic development. Therefore, we look forward to more collaborative activities in areas of tourism with the Republic of Korea. And our suggestions in materializing a success collaboration are as follows. Promotion and marketing, including mega familiarization trips, air connectivity connecting major tourism destinations in Malaysia and Republic of Korea, research, training and development including exchange programs, promotion of Muslim-friendly tourism, concept in tourism infrastructure, facilities, product and services, development of cultural resources as tourism attraction, business tourism networking which include meeting, incentive, conference and exhibition, encouragement of economic activity including investment, and lastly, any other areas of tourism cooperation to be mutually agreed upon by both countries. Before I end my presentation, I would like to share a video about the Habitat Penang Hill to all of you. Hope you enjoy. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hani. The second presentation will be made by the Ministry of Hotels and Tourism of Myanmar. Let us welcome Mr. Zaw on stage with a big round of applause.
So, good afternoon, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Solintet from Myanmar, and I am a director from the Ministry of Hotel and Tourism. Today, I'm really happy to be here to share some information about the tourism development policy in Myanmar in the post-pandemic era. Especially, it is focused on the development of micro, small, medium enterprises in tourism, such as the community-based tourism. I organized my presentation in 4 main issues. It is the suggested from the ASEAN-Korea Center exactly. And first of all, may I introduce what Myanmar making the policy for the tourism development in the post-pandemic era. Myanmar simply found the 3-level committees. Those are the Central Committee, and Ministerial level committee, and regional level committees. What the Central level committee doing is that they are making the core policy like the Myanmar Tourism Strategic Recovery Roadmap, Tourism Relief Plan, stimulation loans, expanding the recreational spaces, and reducing unnecessary process in the licensings and the healthy protocol. What the ministry level doing is that they're launching the health and safety protocol program, the health and safety training, and giving some detailed instruction to implementing the policy from the above committee. And also, they allocate the budget for training and the encouraging the domestic tourism as well. And the regional levels is only the implementing body for the policy laid down by the above 2 committees, and doing the conducting training, the community-based tourism, a local tourism development project, and so on. And this is what the regional level done their job, like skill development activities and the supported action for the micro, small, medium enterprises linking with tourism. And look at tourism project development. Now, may I introduce 5 emerging destinations from our country. Those are mainly based on the community-based tourism. The first one is the Magui region, which is located in the middle plain of the Myanmar and famous for war heritage sites. Petanu, we call. It is one of the few ancient cities and listed as UNESCO World Heritage Sites in 2014, 22nd June. On the way to set the UNESCO site, so we do have the community-based tourism sites. And especially the famous one is the Chondo village, which can offer the sand beaches around the island and the traditional weaving and the eco-friendly and traditional accommodation, and also the ancient architecture from the Bagan dynasty. And the second one is the Ngabali, which is located in the northern, the western coastal line of our country, and which is the prettiest beach in Myanmar. And next to this beach, so we have a lot of the fishing village, and we can see, what the local people doing their daily life. And the next community-based tourism sites are in the down-south coastal line of the Myanmar, a big archipelago, we call. And there are a lot of beautiful islands in the coastal line. And around this beautiful island, we do have some ethnic group we call Salon, and most of people known as the Moken ethnic people. And they live in the sea, as you all see in the picture, and they are grouping the boat, and they go around the islands, and they live in the sea. Based on that kind of the activities, we are now initializing to promote the community-based tourism around that area. And the other one is in the Shan State, in Inle Lake. So Inle Lake is like the head of the Shan State. And Inle Lake is about 39 kilometers away from the capital city of Shan State. And the villagers live in the lake are famous for the ways of their ruling their boat. They're ruling their boat by their leg. And we do have the CBD sites around in the Inle Lake. This is Sagain community-based tourism, which offer some special experience like the bamboo rafting and eco-friendly the accommodation and the food, local food, fresh food. And also the Luanre Piadong, the community-based tourism can offer the richness of ethnicities and the traditional environment. This is the fifth one of the CBD sites in Myanmar, so which is located in the northern part of our country, Kachin State, around the Indoji Lake. So Indoji Lake is one of the largest inland lakes in the Southeast Asia. It is located in the Mounian Township. And the lake measures 30 kilometers east to west and 24 kilometers north to the south. So there are over 20 villages around the lake. And so this is also the first ever ecotourism site in Myanmar. And now we established since the 2016 community-based tourism village in that area. So this is the reason why we choose this kind of community-based tourism to develop in our the local tourism development plan. Because of after pandemic, we do need the more wider public spaces for recreation, and we do need the secondary destination to avoid over-tourism at flagship destination, and we do need the active participation for the MSME stakeholder in tourism. And as I mentioned, these destinations, they are mainly based on their nature, cultural, and the new things, and also freedom. But we are making sure to be safe for those people visiting to the community-based tourism. And we promote by the offline and online material choosing. And as all you see in the table, so D5 destination is easily fly from Yangon within 1.5 hours. So it means the accessibility is quite good. And we set the two main targets with the two concepts. The first one is to be sustainable tourism destination. And the second one is we welcome the regular tourism arrival without harming the environment. You see in the graph, so Myanmar received very less tourism arrivals in pandemic period. In 2019, we got only 1.9 million, and it's go down to the 19,000 in 21, 9,000 in 2022. So hopefully in the next future, we will receive more and more tourists. And this is also the challenges of our tourism. So in the regional level, the implementing bodies, but they do have very limited tourism promotion budget. For those the community-based tourism development, the government should subsidize in somehow For instance, like transport road infrastructure, and the water systems, and the digital platforms, etc. And also the community-based tourism development, the private sector should actively participate in the development of the community-based tourism. And also for the community-based tourism development, so we shouldn't have the conflict of interest, for instance, between the tourism department and immigration department, and the administrative department, and so on. So this is some ideas to suggest. That the first one is the familiarization trips. That is, we now plan to promote our tourism. Such as the Russian, the China, ASEAN, and Korea as well. And another one is some cooperation projects with the ASEAN and Korea, trying together, making the promotion documentary films, something like this. And for the CAP, which has been in the pandemic era, so we have a shortage of the human resource development, so we may need the training programs, bilateral or trilateral countries. And the final one is I would like to request all of you, so don't left behind Myanmar tourism, because I do believe please visit to our country, because I do believe tourism could contribute somehow in making the peace process in Myanmar. And before I end my presentation, so please show the video. Okay, my video is take more couple of minutes, so may I stop here because I afraid of other guys. So if you want to see more, please come to visit our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zhao, for your wonderful presentation. The third presentation will be given by the Cebu Provincial Government of the Philippines. Let us welcome Mr. Glenn up on stage with a big round of applause.
Maayong hapon kaninyong tanan. A pleasant afternoon to each and everyone. First of all, allow me to extend our warmest greetings to ASEAN-Korea, and likewise to all the other delegates here in this forum. The Cebu Provincial Government, in behalf of Governor Gwen Garcia, I would like to extend our warmest wishes to all of you. Today, we're gonna present our best practices and likewise other points in relation to our tourism development of Cebu and the rest of the Philippines. We're honored that Cebu is made part of this seminar, and Cebu takes pride as being the premier province of the entire country. If you look at the map of the Philippines, we're an archipelago of 7,100 islands. Right smack in the middle, you have Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. That is where Cebu is located. So we're, again, honored and proud to be part of this as one of the provinces to present our tourism development plan. So let me start with a short video presentation. The governor is, Governor Gwen is equally excited with this seminar as she personally supervised the preparation of these materials. If we could play the video, please.
Cebu, the #1 province in the Republic of the Philippines, is located 570 kilometers south of the capital, Manila. It is the shining gem at the heart of the Visayas regions and accessible through domestic and international flights via Mactan-Cebu International Airport. Not only is it a center of commerce and industry, information technology, arts and craftsmanship, and education, but also an island blessed with immense natural wonders, pristine white sand beaches, stunning waterfalls, rich marine ecosystems, scenic mountaintops, rich cultural heritage, delicious delicacies, and warm, hospitable people. Under the transformative leadership of Cebu's first woman governor, Gwendolyn Fiel Garcia, Cebu has become the model province for tourism initiatives whose best practices are replicated by other local government units in the country. The province embraces the Department of Tourism's goals for Philippine identity, sustainability, resilience, and global competitiveness through the National Tourism Development Plan. Hence, Cebu is vigorously promoting the responsible use of natural resource in natural and cultural areas and upholding the holistic approach towards sustainable tourism development. In Moalboal, southern Cebu, you get to swim with schools of fish which look perfect for that Instagram update. Couple that with a cathedral of corals and you get the idea why the town is awarded as the best overseas diving area by the Marine Diving Awards in 2020. The gentle giants that frequent the shallow waters of Oslob are definitely a must-see. They can be so mammoth and yet so harmless that you can literally swim near them and have your photos taken for posterity. Speaking of harmless sharks, tourists may also dip in the crystal-clear waters of Malapascua Island in northern Cebu, where the friendly pelagic thresher sharks roam. The trip is worth it as Malapascua is also a top diving destination and boasts of white sand beaches. But if it's white sand beaches that you crave, then you should not miss Santa Fe's world-renowned fine white sand beaches, with an abundant marine harvest in surrounding waters. Santa Fe and Bantayan Island is truly a magical paradise for tourists from all over the world. A perfect way to relax would be to hop on the Boho River Cruise of Aluginsan, recognized as the 2021 Best Tourism Village by the United Nations World Tourism Organization. Boho River Cruise is a waterway that stretches 1.2 kilometers, offering a pleasing view of stunning rock formations and lush vegetation. On lakes, Cebu's largest lake is found in San Francisco in Camotes Islands. Lake Danao is home to a variety of plants and trees, as well as a variety of fish and birds, making paddling around the lake truly a rejuvenating experience. Cebu also boasts of virgin forests that are perfect for hiking adventures. In Alcoy, endemic birds, the most popular of which is the black shama, or locally called siloy, resides in the protected Nugas Forest. Mount Manunggal in Balamban offers eco-mountain adventures that include skybike, horseback riding, trekking, camping, and ziplining, with panoramic views of unique rock formations in the surrounding areas. At over 1,000 meters above sea level, Dalaget's Osmeña Peak is Cebu's highest point and offers a stunning 360-degree view of Cebu's jagged mountain ranges and winding coastlines. The mountains are also abundant with cool, fresh springs that gather, roll down, and become gushing waterfalls, 11 of which are located in Sambuan, such as Dao Waterfalls, Aguinid Waterfalls, and Binalayan Waterfalls. The Alegria Badian canyoneering trails are also captivating, awaiting to be explored, experienced, and enjoyed by the more adventurous at heart, and the end of the trails could not be any more rewarding, a stunning view of the Kawasan Falls. All these and so much more await you here in Cebu, home of the warm and welcoming Cebuanos. And with a top-caliber leader in Governor Gwen at the helm of the provincial government, you can rest assured that everything here is not only beautiful, but innovative and sustainable. Because we not only think of today, but also of the Cebuanos of tomorrow. Come to Cebu. Come to the Philippines.
Love Cebu, love the Philippines. We hope that the 10 destinations that we have nominated will entice you to visit us in Cebu. Or if you have visited, please come back and spend your money in our country. That will help our economy. Anyway, I would just like to make a run-through on some of the important points that I wish to highlight. So during the pandemic, we were faced with several challenges, and one of which really hurt us was the lockdowns. Now, when you say lockdowns in the Philippines, from one local government unit or from one municipality, you cannot cross to the other. And we have decided, the Cebu provincial government, to open reasonably our hotels, our establishments, and our tourism sites, because we saw that the stakeholders were really hurting. And in fact, we became the first local government unit to ever open our establishments, which did not even, in fact, stay consistent with the national policy. No? So that's the beauty of local governance, because we are closer to the people, so we feel what the people needs. And by opening of our economy at a much earlier pace than national, help us recover faster. No? Just an example of some of the policies that we have set: Executive Order number 20-A, Executive Order number 13, have set the policies and the guidelines. And if you're a hotel, there are certain guidelines that you have to follow to open. We're also the first local government unit in the Philippines to have lift the wearing of mask policy in the entire country. We have the enhanced countryside development. This is a program where we extend loans. We partnered with financial institutions to extend loans to micro, small, medium enterprises or landowners or stakeholders or tourism players for them to be able to finance their operations and stay afloat. And this has helped so much our businesses and our economy. So some of the general issues and challenges that we are facing is land ownership, ethical consumption, seasonal dependence, sustainability funding, and then some of the national tourism policies we feel that we need to strengthen. Shared governance, tourism database. Earlier, it was pointed out during the presentation of AKC that there is a need to strengthen data gathering and data sharing. Solid waste management, overcrowding capacity, preservation of cultural heritage, and infrastructure overdevelopment. In the possible areas of cooperation, I'll just pick out some of the important points where I feel that our region, the ASEAN region or the ASEAN community can be able to work together to help local governments like Cebu. We see that there is a need for data sharing, analysis, and technology. Cultural exchange and understanding. Diplomatic cultural relations and unity. And then data-driven decision-making. So that ends my presentation. Again, we thank the organizers of this event, and we would like to invite you to visit our island province of Cebu. Love the Cebu, love the Philippines. Daghang salamat ug maayong hapon.
Thank you, Mr. Glenn, for your speech. Now let us welcome Ms. Christina from the Singapore Tourism Board to give her presentation. Let's invite Ms. Christina with a big round of applause.
Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues, and also, of course, online audiences. I'm Christina from the Singapore Tourism Board, and I'll be taking you through Singapore's sustainability journey. I think before I start, allow me to share just briefly about Singapore Tourism Board, or STB for short. In Singapore, all tourism-related matters fall under the purview of the Singapore Tourism Board. So we are a statutory board under the Ministry of Tourism and of Trade and Industry. We are founded in 1964, so that makes us about 59 years old this year. We aim to create a vibrant and inspiring destination Singapore that we are proud of. That's our vision. And our mission is to shape a dynamic tourism landscape for Singapore in partnership with our industry and community. So the key roles that STB play is broadly divided into 4 key areas, as you can see here. I won't go into it, but you can read more about it on our website. So in 2021, Singapore launched a comprehensive national strategy, which is called the Singapore Green Plan, to galvanize a whole-of-nation movement and advance our national agenda on sustainable development. The plan outlines ambitious targets and initiatives across various sectors, including sustainable energy, green transport, waste reduction, and nature conservation. And some of these targets include doubling up on our solar energy deployment by 2025, phasing out internal combustion engine vehicles by 2040, and planting 1 million trees across Singapore by 2030. The plan also aims to create new green jobs and promote sustainable lifestyle among Singaporeans. So Singapore is a small, low-lying island city-state in Southeast Asia with over 5 million population spread over an area of 733 kilometers square, with no natural resources, hinterland, and climatic conditions for large-scale deployment of renewable energy. We have inherent constraints that make it challenging for us to address climate change. However, sustainable development is integral to Singapore's story, and we take actions where we can. So, for example, last year we raised our climate target to achieving net zero emissions by 2050. And we will harness green opportunities for economic growth and innovation to overcome our constraints, which will enhance our resiliency for our economy as well as our society. So in advancing Singapore's sustainable development, we are guided by the Singapore Green Plan, which charts targets over next 10 years to strengthen Singapore's international commitments, including the Paris Agreement, and position us to achieve our targets of the net zero emission by 2050. So where does sustainable tourism come in the Green Plan? Tourism is one of Singapore's key economic sectors, and becoming a sustainable tourism destination is a key goal of the green economy pillar of the Green Plan. So the green economy pillar looks to harness sustainability as a new engine for jobs and growth. So specifically for Singapore, there is large potential addressable market of up to 61 million visitors interested in traveling to Singapore sustainably over the next decade. So Singapore and our tourism businesses must therefore transform in order to capture these opportunities. As the lead development agency for tourism, STB has worked closely with our tourism stakeholders to develop a tourism sustainability strategy to achieve our vision for Singapore to be a city in nature where large experiences come with small footprint. So under this strategy, we work with tourism stakeholders to develop sustainable products and experiences, level out our tourism businesses' competencies, and also to build a sustainable tourism workforce. So throughout this journey, we also showcase sustainable, authentic, and innovative experiences and stories available in Singapore. STB also embarked on a certification journey to get Singapore certified as a sustainable destination based on the Global Sustainable Tourism Council destination criteria. We saw this as an opportunity to not only credibly differentiate Singapore as a sustainable travel destination based on international standards, but also to showcase our sustainability commitment. We believe that certification plays an important role in helping consumers to identify tourism businesses with sustainable products and practices, and as such, we strongly encourage tourism stakeholders to attain internationally recognized certification where available as another key part of our strategy. So the requirement to get certified then serves as a uniform set of guidelines for our tourism stakeholders. For example, both our integrated resorts have received certification based on the GSTC criteria, as well as awarded the Events Industry Council Sustainable Events Standards for venues, Platinum certification, where the Events Industry Council standards are specific standards for environmental and social responsibility within the business event industry. So Singapore is often known as a bustling city-state with a modern skyline. However, it is a city in nature with a surprising amount of greenery and biodiversity. So today I'll share 5 experiences in Singapore that have entrenched sustainability and conservation in its ethos. So there we are. Modern city, but we have lots of diversity. So Sentosa, which is just south of Singapore, is a popular island resort known for its beautiful beaches, theme parks, as well as attractions. Guided by the sustainable Sentosa strategic roadmap, the Sentosa community will focus on 6 key areas to achieve the island's dual goal of achieving carbon neutrality by 2030 and becoming a globally recognized certified sustainable tourism destination. So as a start, it rolled out electric bus trials back in 2021, and all of its on-island public transport is expected to be electrified by 2025. And car parks on the island will also allow for electric vehicle charging by 2030. Sentosa businesses are also offering green options for events and weddings, including electric gas transport, elimination of disposables, as well as locally sourced food produce. So part of Sentosa's plan to reach carbon neutrality by 2030 is to harness more renewable energy sources, including using solar and tidal energy, tapping unused sea and land space on the island, and there are also plans for waste-to-energy systems that use horticultural waste to generate gas for electricity. And Singapore's first carbon neutrality-driven business alliance, the Sentosa Carbon Neutral Network, was established in 2021. So this is a collective public and private sector effort to develop Sentosa-wide sustainable solutions through sharing of resources and expertise, while also leveraging economies of scale and a common network to introduce large-scale solutions. So Mandai Wildlife Reserve and its parks are home to some 21,000 animals representing nearly 1,000 species. The reserve in Mandai district comprises 4 district parks, the Singapore Zoo, Night Safari, River Wonders, and the recently added Bird Paradise. So each park provides a unique experience and is dedicated to promoting a sustainable future by protecting the environment and conserving biodiversity. So in addition to its strong animal care and wildlife conservation program, Mandai Wildlife Reserve is working towards a sustainable future to help protect the environment and conserve biodiversity. And specifically, they also support local and regional conservation work to reverse species loss, protect the ecosystem, and also to engage communities. So in addition to conservation effort, the reserves also embrace sustainable practices through carbon-neutral destinations such as tracking carbon emissions and exploring optimal ways to offset carbon produced to clean and efficient use of green energy such as green transport, working towards zero waste, recycling of horticultural waste into mulch for planting beds and animal beddings, and also facilitating download for digital park maps to replace some 149,000 park maps that are distributed every month. So located by the Marina Bay waterfront in the heart of Singapore City, Gardens by the Bay is a sanctuary for nature lovers and also budding horticulturists alike. So the garden comprises 3 distinct spaces over 101 hectares, the Bay South Garden, Bay East Garden, as well as the Bay Central Garden. Underlying the concept of Gardens by the Bay are the principles of environmental sustainability, and much effort was made to plan and design for sustainable cycles in energy and water throughout the Bay South Garden. So the conservatories, which are the domes that you will see, basically showcase sustainable engineering and utilize a range of advanced technologies to achieve energy-efficient cooling solutions. So by employing this suite of technologies, Gardens by the Bay is able to reduce its energy consumption by around 30% in comparison to buildings that use traditional cooling technologies. And to minimize solar heat gain, the 2 conservatories are fitted with glass with special coating that allows optimal light in for plants, but reduces a substantial amount of heat. And the roof is also fitted with sensor-operated retractable sails that provide shade to the plants when it gets hot. And to reduce the amount of energy required in the cooling process, the air in the flower dome is dehumidified by liquid desiccant before it is cooled. And this desiccant is recycled using the waste heat from the burning of biomass. So another interesting experience is the Park Connector network of Singapore. This is an island-wide network of linear green corridors linking major parks and nature areas across Singapore. This is more than 300 kilometers of trails. It presents a diverse palette of recreational green opportunities, provide outdoor activities, and enhance accessibility to nature spaces, and serve to enhance the ecological connectivity between our natural habitats, so making it an important tool for our conservation efforts. So give you a glimpse of the whole connectivity network. The intent is to build a network of ecological corridors that link nature reserves and parks to heartland gardens and parks. And this helps create an interconnected eco-hub, bringing plants, wildlife, and people together. The aim is also to make every road in Singapore a nature way. And by 2030, Singapore will have 300 kilometers of nature way, 500 kilometers of park connectors, so that the goal is that every household in Singapore will be within a 10-minute walk from a park. And under the Singapore Green Plan's In Nature pillar, the target by 2026 is to develop over 130 hectares of new parks, enhance around 170 hectares of existing parks with more lush vegetation and natural landscapes. And by 2030, we aim to increase nature parks' land area by over 50% from 2020 as a baseline. And by 2031, we add another 1,000 hectares of green spaces. And finally, located off the Singapore's northeastern coast with nature and history intertwined on Pulau Ubin is a 15-minute boat ride to this tranquil island sanctuary. It's 1,020 hectare island, home to Singapore's last village or kampongs, as well as Chek Jawa wetlands, one of Singapore's richest ecosystem. Recognizing Pulau Ubin's values to Singaporeans, the Ubin project was initiated in 2016 to preserve the island's rustic charm and natural environment, biodiversity, and heritage. And the 5 pillars listed here reflect Pulau Ubin's way and how efforts are used to sensibly enhance the island so that biodiversity continue to flourish and it remains enjoyable for everyone. And visitors are also encouraged to be ecological and socially responsible through the Pulau Ubin Code of Conduct. So what is this conduct? Initiated and drawn up by friends of the Ubin Network, made up of a wide spectrum of community, including nature enthusiasts, architects, historians, students, bloggers, and residents from Pulau Ubin. The Ubin Way of Conduct is a guiding ecological and socially responsible behavior on the island so that Ubin can continue to be enjoyed by all. So this inspires kampong spirit or community spirit in Pulau Ubin that embodies and is centered on the innate motivation to care for the environment. So many event organizers bring trash that's generated from the activities out of the island. Others have also pledged a commitment towards zero waste through not providing disposables or plastic bottles and requiring participants to bring their own recyclable bottles, which can then be filled with water from the water dispensers. And also collectively, stakeholders have also promoted and appreciated its cultural and natural heritage by organizing guided tours for the public. And I hope my sharing today provides a glimpse of our city in nature. We believe that key to achieving Singapore's and tourism sector's sustainability goals lie in providing strong stewardship, rallying tourism stakeholders to produce effective collaborations and innovative solutions. And to realize the sustainability ambition, there are in place strategies, industry-specific roadmaps, targets, incentives, and resources. And these provide a strong foundation to encourage and entrench sustainable practices in the sector and industry level. The government cannot do this alone, and hence everyone and community efforts are critical. There's a long road ahead for sustainable development, and this sustainability journey should be a two-way conversation between government and industry to understand the challenges and align on key focus areas. We also need to take into account the distinct characteristics of various tourism stakeholders, which may be at different stages of their sustainability journeys. Hence, it is important to continue dialogue between ASEAN and also the Republic of Korea, not just at the government level, but also among our private sector as well, to share best practices as well as innovative solutions to stay this course. So this is my last slide, just to give you my presentation is all taken from references, which you can find on these links, should you wish to learn more. So thank you very much, and thank you to AKC for the opportunity for Singapore to share our sustainability journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Christina, for your wonderful presentation. Now we will move on to the panel discussion of the second country presentation batch. We will now invite Mr. Alex and the presenters from the Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, and Singapore up on stage for their panel discussion. Once again, the panel discussion will be moderated by Mr. Alex Makatuno. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome back. I just want to say welcome to our speakers and members of the panel discussion this afternoon, panel discussion number 2. Are you ready? Ready? Anyway, so I just want to mention that all the presentations that they presented are really gearing towards to the objective of the seminar, which is presenting some best practices from the respective countries, and at the same time some initiatives on how they would be able to develop and their commitment on community-based tourism, rural tourism, and among others. But I just want to ask the first question. I want to throw the first question to Hani of Malaysia. Surprise. No, it was also asked a while ago with the question, the same question that was raised for Cambodia to SOP this morning regarding the use of sustainable tourism in assessing, or the use of data and the timely collection of data and accurate tourism criteria in assessing the sustainable tourism program, and how this tourism or sustainable tourism contribute to the decision making for tourism development.
Okay. At this moment, actually, Malaysia is in the process of developing of MST. MST is measuring sustainability tourism. We hope by developing this MST, we can measure the impact of tourism on social, and economy. Therefore, MST also can assist, especially the government, to come up with the new strategy or new policy that will have positive impact to not just the environment, but to the socio-economic of the local community.
So the measuring sustainable the MST, or measuring sustainable tourism, is now currently being used by Malaysia.
Yeah, Malaysia in the process.
Yeah, maybe you can. Would you like to share with our audience what is this MST all about?
It's still in the process. Maybe next year, after we already meeting with all the stakeholders, then we will come up with the MST guideline, and will be show at our website in Tourism Malaysia.
Okay, so I think MST is one of the elements that the ASEAN countries should also take into consideration, as we are also developing. I mean, almost all countries of ASEAN are into the development of MST, but probably you're wondering what is MST all about. So yeah, maybe soon through Malaysia and other AMS member states can probably share what is MST and how MST would be able to use on assessing how sustainable the tourism is, and it can really help in making some decisions for the development.
Yeah, true.
Okay, thank you. For So, a representative from Myanmar, you talk about tourism for peace. And I do understand that based on the presentation that you presented, I mean the PowerPoint, you talk about a lot of initiatives and community-based program that would probably help in gaining or getting probably income or generate jobs for the community. But I want to ask, if you have some mechanism in Myanmar that you already established in ensuring that this benefit of tourism can reinvested for local tourism development. Whatever proceeds or success that you actually gain out of tourism development will be bring back, will brought back to for tourism development.
Thank you. So actually, as well, the tourism revenue have like a ripple effect. It means multiplying, more and more times when spending the money. So we need the investments in the local tourism development. So in Myanmar, our country, we have such kind of mechanism. So we call the regional tourism working committee. So it's formed by the chief minister of the regional government and as the chairman. And so to me, so I am the regional officer for tourism. So I have to, I have the responsibility to play like the secretary of that mechanisms. So we should encourage more and more the tourism village. So it could be very easily to reinvest in tourism and very easily to see the road infrastructure, the schools, or the connectivities. It can see very, very fast. But also the government, the central government should also encourage the huge investment companies like the huge hotels or something. So I think they also need some relaxation for tax or like some kind of encourage something from the government. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's a very, very essential that whatever proceeds that that came from tourism development should be somehow used or be used for further tourism development.
Correct.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so I want to go to Christina from Singapore. You actually mentioned about your Singapore Green Plan 2030, and it's really, I mean, very amazing. And in terms of the presentation that you just made, I just want to ask, how can travelers be encouraged more to make, or their commitment to make environmentally conscious on the initiatives that Singapore is actually doing in terms of greening the country?
Thanks, Alex. Sorry, your last sentence is
making have efforts of Singapore to for the commitment of travelers to do further and to commit themselves to make environmentally conscious in lieu of or in line with your campaign for green. I mean, your Singapore Green Plan 2030.
Okay, maybe on the lighter side of things, I think people know that Singapore is a very strict country in that sense. Yeah, so I think in place we have a number of initiatives. For example, I think just this month, all supermarkets have to charge for plastic already, right? And I think so. In a way, I think they have no way to say no, they are not going to participate in it. But I think a lot of travelers today are already conscious of their impact when they travel, and I think they are already mindful. And I think if destinations are pushing out sustainable practices, I think they will likely want to at least contribute from their own, I think, initiative, yeah, to help to make their impact less. So I think where tourism NTOs can do is really a lot on education, making options available for our travelers, such that there are sustainable solutions as well as sustainable options. But of course, if you choose not to, I think that's, we don't force it down you, but I think at least they know that there are sustainable solutions and options available, and hopefully they will choose the right options. Yeah. So
impose penalties for those who actually commit. Would you like to share what are those penalties? If you...
Oh no, those are really more like on cleanliness, for example. So I think if you don't, Well, I mean, if you don't flush the toilet, yes, you know, you get fined, but nobody does go and monitor that, right? And I think littering, of course, is a problem. So there are fines for littering, for example. Yeah. So I think now that the government has also imposed that, you know, supermarkets have to charge for plastic bags. It's not very expensive, but I guess people will be more conscious and aware that they, you know, they have to pay a price a little bit if they want plastic. Yeah. So I think that helps. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. For Glenn from the Philippines, being a legislator, we just want to know, in your opinion, what do you think is the most urgent law or regulations that need to be enacted or reinforced to further develop, you know, tourism and emerging destinations development?
Well, thank you, Alex. Well, first of all, there is a directive by by our president, President Bongbong Marcos, which mandates or which asks local government units to comply with the National Land Use Act. And that is a policy that has been sustained since the previous administration. So each and every local government unit has to come up with its own comprehensive land use policy. And tourism is a major component of every CLUP that there has to be. And in Cebu, where there are 51 local government units, which are component units of the province, and 2 highly urbanized cities, so that makes 53 local government units for the entire island of Cebu. Each and every unit has to come up with their CLUP. That CLUP has to go through the provincial government. That goes through the Sangguniang Panlalawigan, to the body which I am a member of. And I chair the Committee on Planning and Development. And we have to review each and every CLUP. And we have to harmonize it in a way that we can come up with our own provincial land use plan, and it goes up to the national level. So in totality of things, we need to have this as a guide. Have to look at 7,100 islands, and you account all of the local government units that has to participate in coming up with this land use. It's very important because you cannot have a resort here and then a factory beside it. You cannot have a canyoneering adventure here, which is a preserved area, and then you will know that there will be a commercial mall that will be put up in a near property. No? So these are things that we have to look at, otherwise it will be a challenge. No? As it is already, there are policies which needs to be enforced, and the provincial government is in the process of enforcing it. Like, for example, easements, zones. No? To put up an establishment near the shoreline, it has to be 20 meters from the highest point of the highest tide. No? But as you go to our province, that is not really followed. But we are. And part of the legislative process, we are doing and enforcing these policies.
Yeah, as I think it's really about revisiting the resources that you have for the time being, and eventually having some analysis on what would be the priority areas that you need to be fast-tracked in eventually creating some policies and regulations that would help that particular destinations to develop, right?
The budget also plays a very important role, Alex. No? Apart from the national budget, the local government unit, we are also making sure that each and every amount spent goes directly to the stakeholders, and much of it goes to the tourism stakeholders. No? I could enumerate several programs that applies resources where it is needed the most, and tourism is one of the drivers of this of our local economy.
Yeah. Let's go now to more specific questions. I would like to direct these questions to everyone, to all our speakers here. there are different concerns when you talk of tourism development. I just want to ask now, what areas of concern on tourism development are likely most important to promote ASEAN and your respective country maybe as destination? Would it be in the area of human resource development? Would it be in the area of regulations and standards, tourism investments, or even marketing and promotion? So what do you think is the most urgent that we need to do so that eventually the tourism development would be further developed and fast-tracked? Maybe we can start with Hani.
Okay, in Malaysia, some example of destination that for tourism development will be our national geopark. Currently, we have 10 national geopark in Malaysia, such as Lembah Kinta, Jerai, Kinabalu, and etc. This national geopark will go through assessment every few years to ensure that they abide all the regulatory measurements that have been outlined with sustainability, community involvement, educational aspect to visitors and to the other factor that will be increase our tourism development.
Okay, so meaning for Hani, she's actually talking about the tourism development planning is the much needed area of supposedly focus for tourism development. Yeah, so?
So my understanding is you asked that we all ASEAN, right, to develop as a single destination, right? Yeah.
I mean, for your respective
I think
country.
it should be invested in the sector of the investment, because we are the long run things. Not long ago we are trying to be single destination, but actually I don't see any progress to be a single destination in ASEAN countries. So it could be the huge investments within our countries to make the programs trying together. It could be much easier to make a single destination. Yeah, thank you.
So it's more on tourism investments. Yeah. Yes, Glenn.
There's a lot of areas, actually, Alex. No, everything that has been mentioned is very important. But to Cebu, I think we would look more into investments and promotions and data sharing. Investments and promotions, we need more private sector partners. We wouldn't mind having Resorts World put up a world-class resort in Cebu. It doesn't have to be, it could just be in a regional level. No? Data sharing is important as we have to build up in the local level and likewise collaborate it and share it with the ASEAN community. We would want to know how many tourists are visiting Cebu from, say, Myanmar, from Laos, and vice versa. And especially with the social media, digital age, that information could be as simple as having how many positive reviews we have, let's say, coming from Singapore or Indonesia. No? So all of these things, I think, is vital. And moving forward, I think it is one area where we can harness, Alex. Thank you.
Yeah, I think what you're trying to say is one of the most important area is the data sharing and the big data that was presented this morning. Unfortunately, we have a very limited time for the presentation this morning, but it was really a very good reference and information. Of course, Singapore.
I think, in my opinion, it would be on marketing. essentially marketing Southeast Asia as one destination. I think as a region, we are very diverse, and I think there's a lot more to explore. So I think for ASEAN as a single destination, or Southeast Asia as a destination, I think that needs to be ramped up a bit more. I think as a community, we are close, and I think we can be closer. Yeah. So hopefully, in terms of connectivity as well, getting around the region, I think that would be important. Other than flight, I think there's land, there's sea access as well. So I think connectivity would be another area. Yeah.
Thank you, Christina. It's actually a balance. Their answers are balanced. I mean, in terms of priority, they talk about the tourism development, which is very important. Meaning, we really have to see and have an analysis and revisit the resources that you have. Then eventually, like it was mentioned about the data sharing and the investment promotion. The tourism investment is important. And of course, eventually, it goes to marketing and promotions of the destinations that we have in ASEAN, or it could be ASEAN as a single destination, or it could be an individual promotion of ASEAN member states. Okay, so this probably would be the last question. As being a tourism expert of ASEAN, I just want to know, maybe you would like to share with us, what do you think are the major obstacles holding foreign nationals or foreign travelers to visit emerging destinations? Because there is some difficulty. This is a very objective why we actually had this conference to talk about rural community and emerging destinations, because the objective of the ASEAN-Korea Center is really to promote the emerging destinations or those destinations that are not yet very familiar or not promoted as a destination. So now maybe it's the time for you to share what do you think would be those reasons why foreign nationals or foreign guests are, they're still visiting major destinations, like for example, you go to Cebu, Boracay, you go to Myanmar, to Bagan or Mandalay, maybe for Malaysia, and of course from Singapore. So maybe you have something to share.
I can start off first. So I think information is one. I think for first-timers, definitely they won't go off the beaten track. So first-timers will usually visit your typical tourism cities, for example, into Manila, Boracay, for example. But I think repeat visitors, then that's where you can actually share a bit more about other emerging cities and destinations. I think that's one. I think information is critical as well, to push out, to let people know that there are all these interesting places and products and offerings that they could enjoy as well. Yeah. So I think information, and I think next one is of course accessibility. Singapore is a small country, so unlike Philippines and Indonesia, I think within Indonesia, I think getting from Jakarta to Labuan Bajo probably takes 2 days, right? And it's very expensive. It's equivalent to flying from Jakarta to maybe another country, which is even cheaper. That's why I understand from my Indonesian colleagues. So I think accessibility as well as information, yeah.
Alex, if I could share a little experience of mine. When preparing for this seminar, we came up first with 5 emerging destinations. And while we were preparing the list, then we realized that there is a better destination which can be included in the list. And the list from 5 extended up to 10. The governor herself had her biases as to which can be part of the 10. And if we would have more time, we could have more. So I think it starts with the local appreciation, local initiative of identifying and strengthening, harnessing our local emerging destinations. And then once we have that, then it goes with marketing. And seminars, collaborations like this are very important. I'm happy to be part, and for Cebu to be part of this ASEAN community and this seminar, because to me personally, on a personal note, Alex, that we don't need to look far. No? We can just work among ourselves. No? Korea is a temperate climate country, and if the Koreans would want to have their tropical experience, they could fly to Myanmar, to Cebu, or to Thailand, no? And so vice versa, no? So where wealth is emerging, for example, in the north of Asia, it can be tapped for the emerging markets, no? And vice versa, no? It works both ways. So I think even within Asia, and I think it requires also a change of mindset, Alex, no? So if the ASEAN AKC collaboration movement can continue in such a way that we can, because I've just listening to this morning all the way up to now, I've heard and appreciated so many destinations that I haven't learned in my entire life. No, so that is to me, I think, where we can move forward. Thank you.
Sorry, just a quick correction. I meant Raja Ampat, not Labuan Bajo, because Raja Ampat is really far. Labuan Bajo, you still can get within a few hours.
So to me, to know the international tourists to emerging destination, right? So it's much relies on the private sector involvement. Because, you know, they sell the tour package, we don't sell. The government body, we don't sell the tour package. So they have to try, you know. I agree with the Singapore, the information is very important. And, you know, the insurance, the reliability of information is much more important. Because, you know, somehow, you know, the tourists cannot be, you know, do some activities and sometimes they don't like. So before we are inviting tourists, we have to show, you know, what we can do. We couldn't do something like this. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, for me, the language barrier is the issues or problem in the emerging destination, which is because of the local community is our third party. The one that will promote our emerging destination from Malaysia. So the language barriers between local community and foreign tourists also is the one of the big issue in Malaysia.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, probably you're wondering why I'm actually asked that question, because it is not only you as speakers, even those speakers who actually talk about this morning that learn from each and every one, but we are actually also learning from what you are sharing right now, because I'm just validating the objective of the ASEAN-Korea Center in organizing events and organizing or staging some exhibitions. Because, like, for example, I just want to share with everyone that last year we had an exhibition that we featured fabric. And the fabric that we actually chosen, the fabric that we have chosen are actually fabric from the less popular destinations of ASEAN. And that is what the objective of AKC now is, to really help the ASEAN countries to promote those destinations, those products that they have, and those are with the cultural and heritage value that came from the less known destinations. So I am just validating it, and now that you mentioned, we will take note of those information or the things that you shared, the importance of the information, of course, the accessibility, the local appreciation, which I think is really very important, so that, you know, we really have to educate and we really have to inform our community the importance of the important role of their community. because at the end of the day, the destinations will be owned by the community, by the local people, and of course, the private sector involvement. And we always call PPP, public-private partnership. And when we talk of public, it's the national and local government, and of course the private sector or the stakeholders. So, with that, I want to say thank you, speakers, for that inputs and for the things that you actually shared. It was we learn a lot also from this session. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alex and speakers. Before moving on to the final group of the third country presentations, we will have a 15-minute coffee break. Please enjoy the refreshments outside and return to your seats by 3:15 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back, all participants. I would kindly ask everyone to please be seated for the final round of presentations as well as the panel discussions. Our final round of country presentations will begin with the designated areas for Sustainable Tourism Administration of Thailand. Let us welcome Ms. Farr on stage with a big round of applause.
Sawadee ka. Annyeonghaseyo. Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of DASTA Thailand, I would like to thank you to AKC to invite me to here. I'm from DASTA or Designated Area for Sustainable Tourism Administration or Public Organization. Today, my topic will be focused on community-based tourism wellness in Thailand's sustainable new normal trend. Okay. We would like to show you about sustainable tourism development and for community of the happiness. DASTA is the government agency in tourism in sustainable in Thailand. So we have the aiming to sustainable in use global sustainable or GSCC criteria. We have to develop community-based tourism and destination. Also, we have the aiming to the development the model of sustainable tourism. We have to the development community-based tourism management. We have to the promote the criteria tourism and enhance community-based and economy. And we have to collaborate with the sector to development to capacity for tourism management. And then we have to use the develop and manage in sustainable tourism destination in with the GSTC criteria. Also, we have used the facilitate UNESCO in the Creative City Network or UCCN development. And we have to build the capacity of the local government for sustainable destination management. And we have to use the tool to develop creative community-based tourism in alignment with the international standard. We would like to show you about the governmental organization in Thailand tourism industry. We have the 4 organizations under the Ministry of Tourism and Sport Thailand. DASTA is the supply development, and we use the standard and service standard of the Department of Tourism. And we have the Tourism Authority of Thailand. We duty on the marketing side, and also we have another organization is the Thailand Convention Exhibition Bureau or TCEP in the May market. Also, we have to highlight on the national policy with the post-pandemic in Thailand. Also, we have the community-based tourism, and also we include the concept in building forward a better tourism for all. And the national plan begin the background highlight, and national plan will be focused on the review the user framework for post-pandemic tourism development, and which measure to review the problem and resilience, and we have the guideline for the relevance of agency national plan. And also we have go to the key performance indicator for the plan include tourism contributing at least 25% to GDP, and at least 2,000 tourism businesses and tourism sport being certified in this year. Also, we have the vision for a better tourism for all. We have the 4 strategy in development plan. Also, we have to resilient tourism, we have to quality tourism, we have to tourism experience and sustainable tourism. Also, we have development and motivating experience. Also, they include in the creative tourism. We development the local community to the my tourism. We have the development in the medical wellness tourism, and we have the connectivity tourism and also in sport tourism. Today, I would like to show you about best practice 5 emerging destination of Thailand. In the first off, I would like to show you in the Koh Mak Island. Koh Mak Island is located in the eastern of Thailand. Koh Mak is the low carbon tourism Thailand trend toward environmental sustainability. Also, we have many activity. We have the low carbon activity. Also, the majority of community and business owner, we have stronger intent to reduce a carbon intensity. Also, the Koh Mak have the 95% of income in from tourism. And also, we have the size of 16 kilometers or 19,500 light or kilometer. This is the Koh Mak. We have the tourism and potential and development and value chain education. We have to develop Thailand to model of low carbon destination in light of low carbon tourism, and we have to study emission before and after, and we have to be knowledge in experience to develop other destination. And we have the many attraction and service. You have to enjoy the many attraction free low carbon cuisine, and you have to enjoy to remedy and cold paste in the coconut oil for daily use and coconut from the islands. And we have the low carbon garments. You have make sure the garment in the local resources, and you have the experience to the carbon way of life. And also we have the infrastructure and connectivity, and we use the all transportation, we use the low carbon. Okay. And next one, we have the target achievement. We have the winner of government reset and recovery in 2022 clean destination of top 100 story. And the next destination we would like to show you in the northern island in major destination is Sukhothai province. Sukhothai province is located in the northern of Thailand. You will see the World Heritage Site in Sukhothai province. We have the Sukhothai province. We have the UNESCO Site Heritage in the Creative City Network in 2019 under the craft and folk in category. And also we have many activities from local artists, and we use the creative tourism from DASTA. Actually, we have to show you about introducing community with the new normal practice in community activity enhanced to wellness tourism. Also, we have the Amazing Thailand Safety and Health Administration certification in dealing on the COVID pandemic. We have the Happy CBT model, a holistic wellness tourism development. We have included the healthy, organic, safe, local food with storytelling. We have shown the good, clean environment, and we have the local accommodation and infrastructure up to standard, and we use the tourism for all design. And then we have the included the policy in and the model is the eat well, keep well, and live well, and fit well. Okay, I would like to show you another destination in wellness tourism community. This is located in the northern Thailand. It's Balai Gong King Community Tourism Club. This is the villager is the concern about healthy in community to show the development into the wellness tourism. We have the wisdom and wellness at Balai Gong King in Chiang Mai province. Also, we have the attraction and service in about the light and herb and eat herb, and you can see a target achievement, the Pata Tourism Inspire Award, and we have the CBT Thailand standard as well. And also we have to show you another destination in the central of Thailand is major destination is Samut Prakan province. Hidden is destination is Bang Kaw Bua community-based tourism. It is the best urban oasis of Asia. It is the Bang Kachao Samut Prakan. Also we have the experiences in wellness tourism and the charm of waterfront of Bang Kaw Bua River สมุทรปราการ bovine in the Bang Kaw Bua community. We have the many attraction and service so about the herb and the wellness in the wellness east in the Klong Bang Kachao in the river canal. We have the community-based tourism standard and also we have the cha. And the last destination we would like to show you in the southern of Thailand. Major destination is Phang Nga. It's the community-based tourism wellness also. We have many experience. You can see the grab, you can see the scenery view, and you have the herb and spa. The community had a community-based tourism standard and hygiene standard award. Also, we'd like to talk about the challenge and recommendation of community empowerment in tourism. We have the challenge to take to multi-stakeholder to create successful outcome, and we have to recommend to integrate and delegate work based on stakeholder asset and expertise. And we have to the time consuming the empower community for participants. We have to process based rather than performance based measure. I would like to example for you. What do we do as data sustainable Thailand? We have the co-thinking, we have the co-planning, we have the co-acting, we have the co-responding, we have the co-benefiting, and we have the co-ownership. It is we work with the multi-stakeholder to successfully in Thailand development sustainable. We have worked with academic knowledge. We have worked with the work group community. We have worked with the governmental body policy and funding. We have worked with the market opportunity. We have the community experience in the national level working group. In the integration data is the work with community level working group. Also, we have worked with women group. We have worked with youth group and food group. We have worked with homestay. We have worked with handicraft group and transportation group. Also, in the current cooperation in Thailand, the Ministry of Tourism and Sport have a memorandum of understanding on tourism cooperation between Ministry of Tourism and Sport, Kingdom of Thailand. Also, we have cooperated with GSTC, ASEAN, PATA, UNTO, UNWTO, and Visit Korean. Yeah. It is a succession cooperation plan. Also, we have the potential area of cooperate with data and Korea. We have the exchanging the patch sheet. We have the application of global sustainable tourism criteria. We have the sharing strategy on sustainable community-based tourism, and we have the power of Asian network. This is thank you very much for having.
Thank you very much, Ms. Farr. The second presentation will be given by the National Administration of Tourism Vietnam. Let us welcome Ms. Nguyen with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the host and for the organizers that have give me a chance to be here to present about Vietnam tourism, focused on the sustainable tourism towards the local people. As the demand of the organizer, my presentation will focus on the poor ethnic minority in the mountainous, rural and mountainous area. I am Nguyễn Thanh Nga from the Travel Industry Management Division of VNAT, the Ministry of Culture, Sport and Tourism. My presentation contains three main parts. But before to my main part, I would like to give you some general information about Vietnam tourism. You know that Vietnam has a population of more than 98 million people, and well, the tourism plays an important industry in the country that contribute to 9.2% to the GDP. And the international arrival to Vietnam, that's jumped from 2.3 times from nearly 8 million in 2015 to more than 18 million in 2019. And the domestic tourists jumped 1.5% to the 85 million tourists in the 2019. And here's the number of the tourists and the contribution of the tourist industry that bring 33 billion US dollar in 2019. And for the top 10 markets to Vietnam includes Korea and Thailand in Asia country. For our best, with our work hard, we earn many World Tourism Awards. From the 2019 to 2020, we awarded the world leading heritage destination, the best golf destination, the leading destination for culture and cuisine and heritage. And our organization is the Asia Leading Tourist Board in 2020. And as you know that, because of COVID pandemic, we locked down from the March 2020, and we begin to reopen in March 2022. To restart our tourism, we have many solutions. First, we focus on restore the immigration policy as before the COVID pandemic. That we exempt visa for 24 countries and territory, including the Korea, and restore immigration measure and procedure. And we apply e-visa for all the countries in the world with the length of stay maximum to 90 days. And here is our promotion to international tourists that live fully in Vietnam. Besides the promotion for the international tourists, we have the campaign for our domestic tourists that are safe and attractive tourism. The second solution is we diversifying to meet the new markets. We accelerate the digital transformation in tourism. We support tourists to speed up with the recovery process and restructure to the tourism industry. We support the development of human resource and implement new policy to support tourism development. For the community-based tourism, we have at national level and local level, we have many policy. We have 3 national target programs, that is sustainable poverty reduction. And the second is new rural construction. And the third is socio-economic development and ethnic minority and mountainous area. For the local level, we have capital to Poverty Reduction Fund, the new Rural Development Fund, Community-Based Development Fund, and the Minority Support Fund. After the COVID pandemic, in the new normal, in Vietnam, we have the new chance that pay attention to the sustainability factor. We enhance the destination experience for the tourists. We prioritize destinations that are safe, private, and spacious. That the travel on small group with family and relatives, and interest in virtual no-touch technology solution. And the last is prioritize on accessible destination. You know that for the sustainable tourism in Vietnam, we have a sustainable development plan, and we have many policies to boost the sustainable tourism development in local area. In order to develop sustainable and inclusive on the basis of green growth to maximize tourism contribution to the United Nations Sustainability Development Goal, Vietnam has issued tourism development strategy to 2030. The National Strategy on Green Growth in the 2021 to 2030 periods, with the vision to 2050, the stream on promoting the sharing economy model in tourism, the project on application of the Industry 4.0 technology to develop smart tourism, the project on development the service and product of traditional medicines to meet the tourists by 2030. We have another project on community tourism development, and the other policy. And in this state, as I mentioned in above, that we have in Vietnam, you know that we have a long shape from the north to the south, from the mountain to the plain and to the sea. So we have diversified and interesting, attractive destination, but for the purpose of promote the tourism in the rural and mountainous area. So this presentation, my presentation, just focus on the mountainous area for the ethnic minorities that they have less chance to meet you, all of you here. First is the cool community village. My five best practice. I just mentioned from the north to the south, and here the cool community village in Hà Giang province. That's 5 hours by car from Hanoi. You know, you can see in the picture that it has a green environment with a magnificent landscape with beautiful untouched nature, and surprisingly, the cave and the people here, we have four people living together, and they preserve their culture and heritage with the traditional culture, I think, minority. And the second village is the Xin Suối Hồ. The next with the first one, here is the new one that just established as the tourism community in 2021. So it's still new and need more investment. But for the second one, it is the Sin Sui Ho community in Lai Châu district. It's in the east of Vietnam. That it takes about 4 hours from Hanoi, but it is located in the altitude of nearly 1.5 thousand meters above the sea level, and the climate here is cool all year round. And when the people come here, is the Hmong village. They preserve their culture, the untouched culture. And you can see here on the decorative, on the material that they made for the house or steel, other instruction in the village just made from the environmental materials. And for the third one is Thai Hai Community Village. It is the village that preserves the future of Thai. You know that at the beginning it is the bare hill, but after they gather to make the community-based tourism, it made a green forest with more than 20 hectares. And here is rewarded as the best tourism village by UNESCO. And for the Tân Hóa village, it is in the center of Vietnam, that near the village is very well known, where, and you know that in this area is surrounded by the high mountain and it's a flat area, and in the winter, in the rainy season, it is flooded. So this village has been invested by the Australis Adventure. They engage in sustainable tourism to help the people from the poor people that they can earn from participating in tourism, and they have, you can see in the picture, the floating house, the Australis people, Australis company, they call investment for the people here and the Nguyen people. So every house here has a floating base. So in the rainy season, they are not much more worried about the floods anymore. And you know that the cave here is recognized by the UNESCO, one of the best caves in the world. The fourth is Joy Community Tourism Village. Here it is in Hue, that in the zone of Bạch Mã National Park. The Joy Community Tourism Village have a green environment surrounded, and many beautiful landscapes like Thượng Nguồn hydropower reservoir, Kazan waterfall. They have a unique culture of the Kutu people, and that remains the many traditional activities like Buffalo Stapling Festival, New Rice Festival, and Forest Thanksgiving Festival. And when tourists come here, they can enjoy the Kutu's daily life here. And that is our 5 destinations in Vietnam. As you know, that is just the new emerging destination. And for the issue and challenge to develop the sustainable tourism in the in the countryside, that is the first is the infrastructure. The way to connect, we have highway, but the road connect from the highway to the village is still in poor condition. And the capital for investment to this village is not meet the demand of development. And some festival or some culture is in danger of disappear, and like a professional guidance in development, the community-based tourism. For the areas of possible cooperation amongst ASEAN country and Korea, we had here we had 4 proposals. That is the first is cooperation in investment community destination that meet the ASEAN community tourism standards. The second is cooperate in organizing farm trip and press trip delegate to introduce tourism community tourism destination for the starter, and cooperate in organizing business trip for the community-based tourism startup to learn experience at community-based tourism model that meet the ASEAN standards. That the final is the organize professional training on management, online business, promotion, landscape, spatial and foreign language capacity. And that's all for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nguyen, and I would also like to extend a great appreciation to your beautifully worn Aoyai dress for today's occasion as well. The final presentation will be made by the Incheon Tourism Organization. Let us welcome Ms. Saw on stage with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hae-Dan Saw. I'm Kelly from Incheon Tourism Organization of Korea. Nice to meet you. And then actually, I'm in charge of the Southeast Asian countries marketing at our company. So I just arrived from Bangkok, Thailand this morning. So I was supposed to be here around the morning, but my flight had been delayed last night. I prayed for, I have been on time. And then I just when I got my home and then just take a shower and change the clothes. And then I depart my home. But there are heavy traffic, Usually from Incheon to Seoul, it takes only 1 hour. It's very close. But today, the heavy rain and some civil defense practice had been happening from 2 p.m. So I should have trapped on the road waiting for its release. So you know what? You cannot guess how tough time that I had to be here. So yeah, thank you so much. And I'm the last presenter for today's seminar, and I know that you may be a little bit tired, but please think about my tough time to be here. So listen carefully for my presentation. Okay, so my content, the contents of my presentation start with the tourism policies of Incheon, and an overview of Incheon, and best practice of Incheon, and then issues and challenges in tourism development at the local level. And then the last one is the areas of possible cooperation. So actually, I had the same presentation in Bangkok 2 days ago, and then usually that's my work. And then before starting my presentation, I usually ask one question. Oh, hi, my name is Kelly. I work for the Incheon Tourism Organization. And I ask, have you ever been to Korea? And then most of the people raise their hands. And then I ask one more question. Have you ever been to Incheon? And everyone raised their hand. Yes. And then I asked the last question, which places you have been? And they said, airport, Yeah, so, oh, Kelly, so sorry, only the airport, and then we directly go to Seoul, Busan, Jeju Island, so sorry. And then some of the people ask me, oh, isn't it the name of the airport? It's the name of the city? And then I said, oh, yes. But it's okay. You don't need to say sorry to me. That's why I'm here to give you the information that Incheon has more than the airport, so that we want to make our city to people and the tourists to stay and enjoy instead of just passing to the other provinces. Okay? So let's start with the local tourism development policies in the post-pandemic era. I know that all of the countries had a very difficult time because of the COVID-19, right? And especially after the post-pandemic era, Incheon is more focusing on recovery, the system of the tourism part of Incheon, so that we have a support program for the tourism sectors, especially the private sector, to give them the financial support as well as the administrative support too. And the other one is that promotion of tourism in the original downtown area. Because I will explain you later that Incheon is a very interesting city. Here, you can experience the past, present, and future of Korea. So that there has some a later unbalancing between the old town area and the new city. So that we do want to more focus on the promotion of tourism in the original downtown. And the other one is the supporting the restoration of the tourism industry ecosystem and enhancing competitiveness. So that's I think that's the same things of all of the countries. And then let's move to the overview of Incheon. All of you already been to this Incheon International Airport, right? Yeah, so we have a international airport just nearby, so that it connects 85 airlines from the 51 countries to 135 cities together. And even from this airport to the mainland of Incheon, it takes only 20 minutes by car. Because we constructed to the Incheon Grand Bridge from the airport to Songdo International Airport. So that, think about that. Oh, you have a very long flight. Even that flight had been delayed. So in that case, once you arrive to the airport, the thing that you want to have directly is taking a shower with the hot water and take some sleep, right? But think about that. Seoul, maybe it will take 1 hour. Busan, even you have to take a domestic flight or the KTX. So after 5 minutes, you may have a hot water shower. What about the Jeju Island? You have to take one more domestic flight, transfer it. But Incheon, only after 1 hour, you can have a hot water shower. It's so very a strong point for us to the marketing is that, wow, we have a very easy connectivity from the airport. Even from Incheon to Seoul or other greater region of Korea, it takes only 1 hour. But I already told you that today was a little bit exceptional day. But usually it takes only 1 hour. And I know that tomorrow you will have a technical visit to Incheon. So you may think that, oh, Kelly didn't lie to us. And also we have a cruise passengers terminal and cruise terminal together, so that if your country is operate the cruise tourism products to Korea, maybe you can use this cruise terminal. And then we also have a car ferry terminal from China to Incheon, so it's very easy to attract Chinese tourists to Incheon together. And also Incheon is a city of world choice. So we have 15 international organizations and 5 global campuses together. So it's also another strong point of Incheon, because you're all from the Ministry of Tourism and Culture from your countries. So some of the public officers or some of the university students want to have a technical visit or a study field trip to Korea. In that case, we can make an arrangement with the international organizations or the global campuses together. And let's move to the best practices of Incheon. So first one is the Songdo International City. So tomorrow, some of you will go to the Songdo city. So this is the very high technology city with a cutting edge system. So from the airport to this Songdo city takes only 25 minutes by car. And this is the view from the G Tower. And this one is the name with the Central Park. But tomorrow, if you go to this place, I think that if it's rain, then you cannot see this clear view. So I didn't lie. I tell you the truth. But usually in a sunny day, you can see this beautiful view. And another strong point of Songdo International City is the MICE. Because I work for the MICE Bureau, and this Songdo ICCG has been designated for the first time in Korea, so that it's a very convenient systems for the MICE events. Because we have a Songdo Convention, that's one of the famous convention center, and then surrounded that convention center, we have 7 hotels that's located together, so that you can have a convention, and then you can stay within walking distance. So this is the spec of the Songdo Convention. So that this is the photo of the big size of the corporate meeting from China in 2020. So that our main market is China before COVID-19, but since 2 weeks ago, China started to open the market to Korea. But before opening, we do more focus on the Asian countries. So that I had traveled a lot to the Southeast Asian countries like Vietnam, Malaysia, Thailand, like that. And then the other one is the Auran Group Incentive Tour in 2016. It's 6,000 people. So they have a chicken and beer party at one of the Walmido Island in Incheon. And this one is the last May we had this conference, 56th ADB annual meeting in 2023. So almost like 6,000 people joined at this conference. And then this one is the unique venue in Songdo International City. So tomorrow you're going to the National Museum of World Writing System. And then there are like some of the more unique venues. And then this area is also designated at the first night tourism city in Korea in 2022. And then we have like many kinds of festivals in Incheon. And last August, we hold the Incheon Pentaport Rock Festival at the Moonlight Park, one of the famous one in Korea. And let's move to the Yeongjongdo Island. This is the same place where the Incheon International Airport is located. So first one is that we call this area as the MICE entertainment and MICE event can be happen at this island. So first one is the Paradise City, one of the luxurious resorts in Korea, having a casino, and then hotel and spa, and then shopping places and theme park together. So until now, this one is one of the luxurious one in Northeast Asia. So this is the photo of another corporate meeting at the Paradise City. And the other one is the Inspire Resort, will be open in October this year. So it has a hotel and a casino and other kind of things. But the interesting thing is that this resort will have an arena. It's one of the professional arena facility in Korea and can accommodate 15,000 people at the same time. And this is the Ulwangli Beach because Incheon is surrounded by the sea. And then you can have this clam BBQ. One of the signature local food of Incheon. And then also Incheon is located on the very west part of Korea so that you can see the very beautiful view of sunset. And let's move to the open port area. Tomorrow you will have this electronic car tour if it doesn't rain. So this area you can see the traditional and the local things of Incheon at the same time. And also, you should have tried to this fried chicken with sweet chili sauce, namely the 닭강정 in Korean. at the Simpo International Market. So everyone to visit the local market and tasting the signature food of the city. So I want to recommend this one. And another one is the Walmi Sea Train. And this one is also another very famous festival in Open Port area, namely the Incheon Open Port Culture Night. And let's move to the Ganghwa-do area. It takes around 1 hour from the airport to this place. Okay. And then another one is the 106 Incheon Islands. As I told you before, that Incheon is surrounded by the sea, so that we have many kinds of islands. And then this is another signature point. And Baekneungdo is quite interesting point they have. You know that you have a TMG in Korea? Yeah, usually the Paju TMG is one of the famous one, but Incheon also have one. But the difference between the Paju is that Paju is just across from the land, but Incheon TMG is across from the sea. So that some places you can see the TMG sign is there. And then this one is the special products for experiencing the island's life in some of the places. And we are very do our best to host 2025 APEC Summit in Incheon. So that's why I'm here to ask you the cooperation to host this summit to Incheon, because we need the support from the ASEAN countries, okay? And then we also have some challenges in the tourism sector in Incheon. One thing is that collapse and delayed recovery of the tourism industry ecosystem due to the pandemic. So even though many tourists want to visit Incheon, but you know that there are very high costs of the transportation, accommodation, and sometimes there are like a high cost of the airlines. So we need a time to be recovered fully. And then another one is that regional development imbalance. I already mentioned that between the old town and new city, there is some imbalancement still existing. And another one is that improvement of the receptiveness towards island tourism. So even though we want to go to the islands tour, but there is not enough accommodation, not enough restaurants who can speak English or some foreign languages. So that's the gap of the reality. And another one is that lack of city brand awareness. I told you before that most of the people know Incheon as the name of the airport, not the tourism city. Okay, so this is the information that we work with the international organizations together. And I want to ask you from the ASEAN and Korea countries cooperation. One thing is that to help us to host the 2025 APEC. And the other one is that I work for the MICE part, so I need some network at each countries like Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, because you work for the Ministry of Tourism. So if I need some information or the network with the corporate or the companies or travel agent, I would ask you to help us, okay? So thank you for listening. I think time is already over. So if you have more questions, you can ask me. I will stay until the end of this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. So. Now that we are heading towards the end of the seminar, we will now move on to the final panel discussion. Mr. Alex and speakers, please come up to the stage as soon as the setup is ready. Could we please have the speakers of Vietnam, Thailand, and Incheon Tourism Organization up on the stage, please? Thank you.
A warm welcome to Kelly. Please. Okay, so good afternoon again. This is our third and final panel discussion for today's seminar. And I really want to thank you for staying and listening to all the discussion that we are having right now. So, and I would like to say welcome to Kelly. I know the challenges that you actually faced before. I keep on asking your colleague, where is she now? And she keep on, she said, she's on the way now, she's on the way. Okay, so, but finally you're here, and thank you very much for sharing your time and for making that beautiful presentation. So, you see the timing, right? Anyway, so I just want to, I'll make it fast. I want to ask first Far from Thailand this particular question. I mean, with all the strategies and plans that you presented, including those development of villages, I would just want to ask, do you have any strategies from Thailand in terms of preventing the over-tourism in those vulnerable destinations?
Thank you for your question. Actually, we have the development strategy of Thailand sustainable tourism. Also, we use the development in designated area and local community in around Thailand. Also, the strategy we have to the resilient the tourism. Also, we have the involved improving in all stakeholders. We have to cooperation with all private sector and government sector, and also we have to the strategy to the fundamental of the quality of distribute of in Thailand.
So when it is somehow successful in implementing such strategies, okay, that's very good. I'm just a little bit curious on one of your slides that you mentioned, happy community-based tourism. So maybe for not only for my sake, but also for the information of everyone, would you like to expand, more about this happy community-based tourism?
You mean how to be the development in community-based?
Yeah, because usually we call community-based tourism, but in your case, you have this happy community-based tourism.
Actually, when we have to selected the local community in Thailand, we have to the planning with the local community. So we have the co-creation, co-responsibility, co-thinking, co-benefits. Also, we have the youth development plan and strategy to the national level. We have the bottom up to the level.
I see. So that statement, happy community-based tourism, is actually talks about the cross-sector partnerships that you have for a successful community-based tourism.
Yes, we have the development and to be achieve the international award. We have to reskill and upskill and contribution in the strategy into the successfully in the international award.
Yeah, I should say that Thailand in particular, I mean the DASTA is very successful in this kind of initiatives that you have, really focusing on designated area for sustainable tourism, administration. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
For Huen, you actually talk a lot about the villages that you also presented. I just want to know, do you have, or what are the kind of support that Vietnam is being given to these villages in terms of its development?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Thank you for the question. That you know that in my presentation just focused on the villagers. In Vietnam, we have the sustainable development strategy in general, and in the tourism industry, we have tourism development strategy. And for the community-based tourism, we just now have a project on the community-based tourism development. And you have seen in the screen that we have 3 national target program that focus on the villages for the rural and the mountainous area, and for the ethnic minority, that's the poverty reduction for the ethnic minority and mountainous area projects, and for the new rural village construction. It's not just about the paper. We have a capital, a big capital from the central to the local area. We just implement it for the period from 2021 to 2025.
So capital meaning funding. Are you referring to funding?
Yeah, the funding, yeah.
Okay. But do you have any criteria, or what criterion you actually use in identifying these villages for development? Because you mentioned about a while ago, I saw that you talk about the physical attributes of the destination. I mean, the beauty and all. But do you have certain criteria that you actually use to assess whether this particular village will be given this kind of support by the national government?
Yes, we we have the criteria for the people, for the poverty village, and for the ethnic minority village, and for the new rural construction, we have a criteria that to fund and that lead them to meet the criteria. And for the tourism, the CBT, we have applied directly from the CBT agents we expand it in our nation. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Hoven. For Kelly, I really had an opportunity to visit Incheon, and I was able to get out of the airport. It was 2 months ago, and that's actually made our decision of why don't we have a collaboration with Incheon in terms of the community development, because at the end of the day, no matter how successful in terms of digitalization, I mean the whole Korea, but of course Incheon is also, we were able to visit the IFES during that period or during that visit. But I have this question. How can these technological innovations like the smart city, the tourism concepts, and the sustainable transportation that you also mentioned would contribute to the growth of sustainable tourism?
Yeah, actually, the background of how Incheon became the smart tourism city in Korea, one of the representative city of Korea. Because first one is that Incheon has the Incheon Free Economic Zone. And the Songdo International City that I mentioned during my presentation is that actually it was the sea long time ago. But the Incheon city has a project for the reclamation. So that now it became one of the very high technology city. So that Incheon city had think about how we can make this city different from the other cities in Korea. So that they had a project for making it with the smart technology system. So that tomorrow, if you go to the smart city center, you may be really, really surprised. Because every city operates by the ubiquitous system. So that you may see everything's monitored by the CCTV programs. So first goal for that smart city is for the residents who live in Songdo. But the other one is that impacts that Incheon designated as a smart tourism city because we have the infra of the smart things compared to the other cities already. So it's more easier to have it compared to the other like a city. So that in 2020, Incheon has been designated as the first smart tourism city, so that we think about the way to collaborate the smart system for the tourist convenience. For example, we made the Incheon Easy Web application, so that once the tourists who visit Incheon, once they download that application, everything can be done using that application. So there's no need to find out the brochures, paper, printed out the brochures, or no need to find out some like things. Only you can download the discount coupons or the information through the digital platform. So it's naturally related to the sustainable tourism things.
Yeah, actually, there is really a connection because when I came to Korea, in AKC in particular, in 2021, and that was the second year of AKC is implementing the Smart Tourism Program, wherein the AKC has organized events or a seminar wherein the theme is smart tourism. And now that you just mentioned that it was in 2020 when Incheon was launched as a smart city, now I can see the connection why during the time, even before it, I mean, that was during the pandemic, right? And it was really an opportune time for everyone to somehow adopt the digitalization. I just want to ask now, how do you encourage, I mean, how can we encourage the tourists to adopt more responsible in terms of this sustainable behavior while traveling?
Yeah, actually, for us, to tell the truth, that sustainability for the tourism is the second goal. Actually, we want to attract many tourists to Incheon. So that's the main goal for Incheon, to make people aware Incheon as the tourism destination. And the other one is the sustainable tourism things. That one example that we want to have it. Last year, my colleague, Ms. Cho, had got the certificate from some of the official records for guarantee the sustainable tourism things. And the other one is that we operate one hotel named with the Harbor Park Hotel, so that we collaborate with the local tourism agencies or local tourism companies to work together. So we made one guest room with very eco-friendly fabric things. So the people think that, oh, this is the, like, we call the ESG, right? So like eco-friendly, and it's related to the sustainable tourism. Even we have 132 Incheon MICE Alliance together. So we made some guideline of the sustainable tourism for Incheon, so that we translated in English and some foreign languages, and then we sent it to all alliance so that they can aware how can we put the effort for the sustainable tourism in Incheon.
Thank you very much. I know that we're talking of digitalization, but I cannot help it, but I want to ask this question, because in the presentation of Huen, you mentioned about the negative impacts of the development in terms of, you mentioned the losing all alteration of traditions and custom. So I just want to ask the three of you in a very short, short answer. How do you think would us would be able to address that concern, that particular concern of there are already alterations of our traditions, our culture has already been affected by all this development? Maybe we can start with Far.
Yeah, thank you. As you know that the economic development that bring the flexible and more comfortable life for the person and so for the people. So you know that in the village, but besides on the traditional still how still, but we have a new house. That is one of the danger that. Yeah, so for the sustainable development that we tourism is the best way to preserve the culture that every people in the village that we enjoy in the tourism activities. That's the best way.
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. Yes.
In terms of DASTA, we have to create community of happiness and encourage to the co-ownership. We have to promote contribution in culture and economy, and also we have the balance between economics and environment in local community.
Okay. Yeah. Yes.
So in that part, Incheon is do more focus on the old town area, working with the local people, so that we have like one project for working together. For example, we hold like one festival. That one is related to the agent and the local people and the tourism organization all together. So that we think that we preserve the tradition of very tradition things of Incheon, and that also attract the tourists of the world.
Yeah, so meaning let us make this technology as agent for the betterment of how we would be able to promote and conserve whatever heritage or cultural aspects that we have in our respective countries. So thank you very much. But before I end this session, I just want to share with you. In the morning and in the afternoon, we talk a lot of things. We talk about best practices. We even talk about policies and other regulations, and even the challenges that we have. And we coined this particular word, which is local, because at the end of the day, we're actually talking about community-based tourism, rural tourism, and all. So probably you're wondering what is this local, talks about. So number one, letter L, local is actually the laws or the policies and regulations, whether it's local or national level, and its alignment with the new trends and current trends of the tourism international organization. So this is very important and very vital as we go along with the development of destinations. Laws to be created, to be enacted, to be followed, to be implemented. The second one is letter O, which is the operations and management of programs and projects that have to be properly handled and implemented in relation to sustainable development, taking into account the SD core elements. What is this SD or sustainable development elements? This is the economic growth. We have the social inclusion and the environmental protection. Letter C is the collaboration. We talked about a while ago, morning and afternoon, we discussed about partnership, collaboration, and I think this is very important, the collaboration and in strong partnership among national and local governments, the tourism industry key players. When we talk of industry key players, we're talking about businesses, we talk about academia, we refer to experts and hosts and other stakeholders. And then letter A, probably you're wondering, what is letter A? Allocation of funds. Because as mentioned a while ago, funds is very important. We won't be able to push whatever initiatives that we have for development if we don't have that funding, if we don't have that money. So allocate funds that would appropriately implement an inclusive tourism program with the aid of data and digital technology. So this is very important. We should always not forget that we are now in digital age. So we have to make it use and make it an advantage while we're having fun, while having funds, and then we implement programs with the aid of these technologies. And number 4, which is the last letter, is livelihood for community. Why we want to develop the area, the rural, the community? It's because for their livelihood. We wanted, there is actually a saying, in every success or failure of a local tourism development, the community is always there. That's why we really have to get involved. the participation and commitment of the community, which are very essential factors for a better and improved quality of life for the community. I think that is very important because all of these things, what we're actually doing since this morning and after this, we're actually thinking of a better future and a better livelihood, a better life for our community. And those are the local people that we have who actually managing the destination. So with that, I just want to say thank you. Thank you very much for all our distinguished speakers from the morning and our panelists. And of course, our participants offline and online. We really want to thank you for sharing your precious time and for joining in this seminar. So with that regard, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alex, for a nice wrap-up, and thank you all presenters for your insightful presentations and active participation. Before we conclude the seminar, I would like to request all participants who have not yet filled out the program survey to kindly access the QR code here on the screen and complete the survey. Now, this calls for the end of our first day of the seminar. Thank you for your participation both on and offline, and we look forward to meeting you again in future programs run by the AKC. Thank you very much once again, and hope you have a lovely evening. Thank you. Just a few housekeeping notes for the ASEAN participants and the CTWG members. Tomorrow, the technical visit will start at 8:40 a.m. in the morning, so please have your breakfast and gather at the President Hotel lobby by 8:30 for departure. Also, please be noted that there may be a slight change to the initial schedule of the technical visit due to the forecasted weather conditions. Also, for the ASEAN representatives, there will be a dinner at 6 p.m., so please gather at the President Hotel lobby today by 5:30 p.m. Thank you.